Good to go. Okay, good evening. This is the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee for Monday, January 16, 2023. The land acknowledgement this evening is going to be read by Councillor Houston. Please go ahead.
For more than 15,000 years, the First Nations walked upon and cared for the lands we now call home. Anishinaabek, Haudenosaunee, Ojibwe, and many others who were families, friends, and communities, the way we are today. The town of Collingwood acknowledges the Lake Simcoe-Nottawasaga Treaty of 1818 and the relationship it establishes with the original inhabitants of Turtle Island. We acknowledge the reality of our shared history and the current contributions of Indigenous people within our community. We seek to continue empowering expressions of pride amongst all the diverse stakeholders in this area. We seek to do better and to continue to recognize, learn, and grow in friendship and community, nation to nation.
Thank you. The next matter on the agenda is to adopt the agenda. And I do have a few changes, but I'll just read the recommendation here that the content of the Development and Operations Services Standing Committee agenda for January 16, 2023 be adopted as presented. There's four changes. The first one is under deputations to move 5.2, which is the accessibility concerns, re-on-demand transit, to be the first item, because I understand there's some who want to get a pickup at 6 o'clock. So we'll deal with that first. Also, secondly, at page 9.4, it currently says operational plan review. Just to make a note, that should read official plan review. The third item is that 9.1, which is the Class EA update that's going to be presented by Ainley Group, to move that to be one of the deputation items. So that would, in fact, become 5.3. And just for those who are interested, under other business, I will be asking for an update on the backflow valve issue in terms of where staff is on reviewing the timing of the review of the bylaw. So that'll be at the end of the meeting. Okay, so with those changes, are there any other changes anyone would like to bring forward? Okay, any comments on the changes I've made? All those in favor? Oh, didn't get a seconder. So, sorry, Deputy Mayor wanted to second that. Okay, and all those...
I'll move it.
And Councillor Dory wanted to second it. Okay, all those in favor, thank you. Any declarations of pecuniary interest here this evening? Seeing none, if you find yourself in that position, please let me know during the course of the meeting. Item number 5, business arriving from previous meeting. Are there any matters? Okay, we're on to deputations. The first item, as I mentioned, will be the accessibility concerns, re-on-demand transit. Mr. Ireland, are you going to be addressing the committee tonight? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I want to thank you for adjusting your schedule and fitting us in. We've got some folks that are going to have to get their ride pretty soon, and it was prearranged. So I'm glad you were able to have us up now. So I'll start by saying good evening, Mayor Hamlin, Deputy Mayor, Mr. Fryer, and members of the Town Council and staff. I'm here representing residents of Collingwood with physical challenges to deliver this deputation on their behalf. Regarding concerns about the level of service and the cost of the Transit Plus specialized service in 2023 and beyond. With me at the podium, by the way, are a couple of well-known Collingwood residents. We've got Casey Morrison on this side and Brian Beacock to my right. And with many of their supporters in the public gallery, could you raise your hands, please? Thank you. And there's several more that are watching on virtual, on television as well, from their home. On January the 14th, 2 days ago, 2023, we lost the Honorable David C. Onley, who served our province with distinction as the 28th Lieutenant Governor of Ontario. I mention this because Mr. Onley was one of the first notable Ontarians to advocate accessibility for the disabled throughout the province of Ontario. Whenever Mr. Onley entered a room, as he did in this very council chamber in 2007, those present saw beyond physical limitations. They saw a person they liked and admired. So when his trusted voice defined accessibility as that which enables people to achieve their full potential by allowing them to participate meaningfully in social, cultural, and economic life. Ontarians not only heard the words, they saw the essential truth of the embodiment of the person who said them. On the same day, January the 14th, I received the following email from a concerned parent, Sheila Morrison, Casey's mom, as follows. And Sheila, there she is right there. Thanks for coming. It says, Paul, Ace Cabs has always been full fare by the meter, and the Red Cross was $2. Council needs to understand that winter is the worst possible time to take transportation away. They need Ace Cabs to continue until Landmark can supply the same accessible service that has been working for 15 years. This service has made Collingwood unique for residents and visitors as a tourist destination. And I applaud members of council that had anything at all to do with it originally. In winter, the sidewalks are impassable for wheelchairs and scooters, and the roads can be dangerous. People often stop their car and push Casey out of the snowbank. Laugh out loud. This is his mother speaking. As our town motto says, we are a great place to live, work, and play. Let's keep it that way. Thank you. And that's from Sheila Morrison. The Council of 2006 recognized that the taxpayer-assisted cabs are part of an essential transit service that helps to break down barriers within our great community. Beginning in 2006 and ending January the 6th, 2023, disabled residents had access to Red Cross buses and Ace Cab accessible taxis until 9 p.m. daily, and after 9 p.m. until 6 a.m. by pre-booking trips with Ace Cab. This part of the service was virtually on demand. Door-to-door cost was at full fare, but effective January the 7th, Ace Cab is still available. However, the full fare is still in place. Two problems arise from these changes as follows. A municipally supported and taxpayer-assisted service is only available until 9 p.m., whereas if you're not disabled, obviously you can travel around town on your own schedule 24/7. Disabled people cannot unless they pay full fares to Ace Cabs, and many cannot afford the full fares. That means that no Collingwood Blues evening hockey games, because they start at 7 o'clock, so you won't be able to see the end of the game. You got to go home. No evening theater events, typically start at 7 p.m., and no out socializing with friends after 9 p.m. This sounds like a curfew to many residents, and not just the physically challenged. Many of the disabled do not have an extended income to afford full fare service and will be confined to their homes after 9 p.m. In an emergency situation, not necessarily medical, they will have to find or borrow the cab fare to get to where they need to go, challenging their dignity and their freedom. Think about that, please. Solutions and recommendations for an inclusive and an equitable path forward. During the budget process, it is council that determines and takes responsibility for setting the priorities of the community and the level of service the municipality provides. As such, we request that council recognizes that accessible and affordable transit in an inclusive and essential service, and A, direct staff to reinstate the Ace Cabs municipal support and taxpayer assistance, which I understand is somewhere between $6,500 and $7,500 a month, until Landmark is ready to take over the essential service, all of it. B, direct the staff to extend the availability of this essential service, i.e. 6 a.m. to 1 a.m., to accommodate the disabled and provide the same opportunities for a full life that the rest of us are free to enjoy. In fact, public transit should be available later in the evening for all users, many of whom need to get home after work, and it's for their own safety that be available after 9 p.m. It has been said that Collingwood provides the best public transit, including inclusive, barrier-free, specialized service in the immediate area. However, we can do better. We really can. The 2023 draft number 4 budget plan includes many council prioritized initiatives like the grain terminals, updates to the urban forestry plan, and as of today's special strategic initiatives meeting, will be funded from the reserves. However, and I quote from the budget document, and no change to the amount of funding required to operate public transit. And I know there's some kind of a deal with other municipalities and you're going to have shared expense and so on. That part's good. But, you know, why are we taking away, or why are we not absorbing these changes going forward? In consideration of the monies held in reserve, approximately $18,067,547 by the end of this year, it is not unreasonable to ask council to approve the aforementioned requests and be funded through the reserves as well. As I share with you the concerns of our people with disabilities, friends, neighbors, and members of the town of Collingwood, I ask that you try to put yourself in their shoes. No, in their wheelchairs, as you consider these requests. On behalf of our disabled residents and in consideration of their accessibility to our and their amenities, town services, and just the ability to get around town, I respectfully request that council bring forth a motion, and I've seen you do this before, tonight, to accept, approve, and implement the 2 recommendations above, effective immediately. Let's give our admired residents the public access they deserve sooner than later. Thank you. Questions?
Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. And not being aware of the request that was going to be made, based on my previous declaration of a conflict when the consideration of ACE-CAB's extension was done, I'm going to remove myself from the table for any discussion.
Yep, thank you.
And I do want to thank you for your presentation. It was interesting, but as I said, I wasn't sure what request was going to be made.
Appreciate that, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any questions of our deputants tonight? Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Actually, this question would be through you to Director Slama, and I just wanted to get a sense of an update as to when Landmark would be in a position to entirely take over our accessible on-demand service.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Oh, yep, there we go. Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, through you to Councillor Doherty. So currently, and I will just note that I do have our transit coordinator, Chris Wisniak, is also on the line if Council has any questions for Chris. So Landmark has initiated their Transit Plus specialized service program, and that is now fully up and operational. And so far, Landmark has indicated that they're seeing good enrollments and bookings, but the bookings, I think, are also almost at capacity, like quite full. They are seeing interest in the in some of the later times. So where now through Transit Plus, we do have an extension of the service. Being provided from 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., whatever it was previously, to now 9 p.m. So that's also encouraging.
Is there a follow-up, Councillor Doherty?
Great. No, thank you. So I'm to understand then that we do now have an equivalent, well, not quite equivalent to ACE cabs, but we do have an on-demand during the day equivalent to Red Cross
Right.
running.
So through the chair to Councillor Doherty and committee. So what we have now through Transit Plus is an equivalent specialized service that matches our conventional transit service. So the service is not the same as was provided by ACE Cabs, which was 24 hours, 7 days a week. So there is a difference in that level. The specialized service is still pre-booked. So there is that element of pre-booking, and as we and Coordinator Wisniak has indicated, as Landmark operates the system, there is the hope that they will get closer to having a shorter pre-booking time, right? But right now the what Landmark has indicated is you need to book 3 days in advance, that kind of thing. And sorry, I maybe lost my train of thought there. Did that answer all of your questions? Okay.
Yes, it did. Thank you.
So it's not equivalent, but it does. It's not equivalent to ACE, but it is equivalent. What we're providing is equivalent to the conventional service.
Councillor Potts.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Hamlin. Well, first of all, to everybody in the gallery, it's appreciative to come out and to show your support. I, for one, understand the importance of transportation, accessible to get around in the taxi service and the late blues games and hockey games, and for that, I totally appreciate that. Maybe a question, I put a motion on the table back just before Christmas to try to offset costs or look into the ways to offset costs through advertisement on the buses. Maybe through you, Mayor Hamlin, to Coordinator Wisniak, when will that report, or where are we at with that, to get an understanding of what, maybe we can come back for some funding that would be available?
Coordinator Wisniak, can you answer that, please?
I can. Can everybody hear me and see me? Excellent. So just prior to the holidays, I began investigating some preliminary opportunities for advertising. I reviewed our previous report that was done in 17 by our director of business and marketing, Martin Ridlow. At the point, we worked together on it. So I reached out to a couple of the advertising providers. And again, with the way that Collingwood is, with the amount of infrastructure that we have, the cost associated with purchasing the advertising materials, to getting advertising, actually getting advertising contracts, or outsourcing the whole advertising program, given our size, the actual revenues are quite minimal. I have put a couple other feelers out to some other outdoor advertising companies that work with other municipalities and transit authorities across Ontario, which I haven't received fully back yet. So I'm hoping that by the next Development and Operations Committee, I can have a report outlining my findings. But again, preliminary, we're looking at the same sort of situation that we were in back in 2017. And accompanied by that, we need to look at how advertising is kind of looked at as a whole for the municipality. I know some of the barriers we had with large-scale advertising on buses was how it conflicted with the sign bylaw in town as well. So I think we need to do a little bit of cross communication between departments to look at other opportunities. Now, in addition to advertising, there are other options that some other transit authorities have looked at, private partnerships with other user groups, such as Rotary, Lions Club, those types of organizations that municipalities and transit authorities have worked at providing volunteers for drivers, that type of thing. Those are certainly options that could be explored. But from an actual cash revenue, I would return in a month to give you some hard numbers on what we could be looking at for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. To you, through you, excuse me, to Mr. Ireland and perhaps to Mrs. Morrison and any other.
Mr. Peacock.
Mr. Peacock himself, yes. It's very early days. I mean, really haven't had a chance to see how Landmark has worked its way through this transition, and it'll probably take about 3 months, I think, before you really know. But you must have some observations at this point. How is it going, generally speaking, for what you've experienced at this point? Thank you for sharing that. You've given us much to consider, not just the extension of the taxi service or some sort of service after 9 o'clock, but those other suggestions as well. Thank you for that. I don't want to point out the time to you, but it is 4 minutes after, so. Oh, good.
Speak before you leave.
Having to use a train. I have cataracts and my vehicle broke. So just last week, and I was able to get a ride. They've been excellent in helping me organize the rides I've needed this week, and I was really impressed at how they took me out to my church, which is out between Ottawa and Duntroon, for $2 or $3 or whatever. And I was like, I can't even drive there for that. So I was impressed, but it's the having to constantly like try to organize your time and it get fitted into somebody else's time. It gets frustrating and you know, sometimes you do just want to go shopping for groceries and at first my understanding was that you could only take it for medical. Well, if I don't get groceries, I'm going to have a medical issue. You know, but that's just one thing. But what's there so far of that part seems like it's working pretty good. There's a lady there named Lisa, and if you talk to her, give her lots of kudos because she's really wonderful. And but it's the off times, like, you know, if I want to go like to the Blues game, I've never been to one yet, but it would be nice to be able to go and know that, because I haven't been going out in the dark, so it's all in fitting what you need into your life with what the services are. But it's very very difficult when you're used to being very independent to suddenly not being quite as independent. But I have to say that what they've started seems really good, and the price is awesome. Because the last time I took the taxi to church, it cost me $26 one way. So thank you for that part. Just need to keep moving forward with the rest. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments.
We don't want to lose our independence now.
I think we're making a point.
Yep, I heard it. Thank you.
It's time. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's get it done.
I have a question for our staff. I know I've heard that the service that our town offers, given the size of our population, exceeds what most communities have provided. But you know, these are compelling situations, and I'm wondering, does the province have any funding for this kind of accessibility issue to be resolved? Is that something we can look into? Yeah, Director Slama.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll ask Coordinator Wisniak if he can provide an answer to that question.
Okay, thank you. And the other thing I've heard, and I've heard this before, is, you know, the practical issues that Mr. Beacock mentioned about going out on the sidewalk and the plow's gone by and then it's covered up again after it's plowed. I know there's more than that as a practical issue, and I know in the summer I heard from one person who uses a wheelchair. She had several examples where sidewalks stopped, and there was some really practical things that I thought if our staff knew, we could probably solve them. So my question is now back to you, Mr. Ireland. If we could give some thought, and I'm happy to be the intermediary here, but how do we have a dialogue around what the other practical issues are aside from transit? Because I think there are some, and I think Mr. Beacock's point is a good one, but I know there's other ones. So I'd be happy. And I know we have an accessibility committee, so that may be where this will go to. But I think there's some things we can address right away, I hope. And then we
Hope
can
so,
also
too.
give consideration. You know, obviously, I hear where you're coming from. We'll have to, see what we're going to do with this. I so appreciate everyone coming out tonight and for your comments. It's really hard when the service has been there. I realize it, and it's been removed. And I know that that's the issue, and we get it. We get it.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin, Town Council, for your time and your interest, and let's get her done.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
I had the opportunity with one of the staff to, I have a second power chair, so I took them out with me and made them sit in the chair and drive. And,
Nice.
There was a great deal of awareness after that. Unfortunately, when I got home, the chair quit.
You're out too long.
In mind that as soon as you were elected, I was going to take you next.
I'm ready.
I just have to find another chair.
Last year, a resident took me out on their snowmobiles in town so I could see the difficulties they're having with trails, but I've never been on a motorized scooter, so I'm ready.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. So, Council, I think we'll have a recess now for 30 minutes. Okay, thank you.
It's all right. I got lots to do. Oh.
So we'll reconvene. We're in our deputations, but before I go to them, given the length of this agenda and the fact that our budget meeting has gone well into the business of the DNO committee, I'd like to suggest, and this is based on staff suggestion, that items 9.2, and these are the departmental updates, 9.2, which is the building services overview and update, 9.3, which is the economic development overview and update, the official plan review, 9.5, the OLT appeals update, and 9.6 be deferred to another meeting. We have received summaries from staff on all of these things except the OLT appeal. So we could review them and provide questions, and I think they're all important matters for council and the community to be updated on. But if that would be agreeable to everybody, is there anyone opposed to that? Seeing none. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So next up on the agenda would be item 9.1, which we moved up. This is the Class EA update, Mountain Road, cycling facilities, etc. Is a deputation or is Ainley Group here? Online?
My apologies, Madam Chair. Yes, they are. Ainley, you're starting with Ainley Group or TC Energy?
Yes,
Sorry.
the Ainley Group. Please.
Okay. So, good evening. We have Ainley Group with us here tonight. They're our engineering consultant for our Mountain Road reconstruction project. The project design was completed, and then just at the end of the design completion, the OTM manuals related to cycling facilities changed. And so in consultation with our consultant and understanding the priority of active transportation in the community of Collingwood, we are proposing an amendment that changes how the cycling facilities will be incorporated in the Mountain Road redesign project. So we have with us here tonight Tammy from Ainley Group. And Tammy, are you online? Oh, there she is. And she'll walk us through a presentation.
Okay, please go ahead.
Thanks, Director Slama, and through you, your chair. There is a presentation. Is it going to be brought onto screen? Perfect.
Clean that up. Thank you. Put it up now.
That's great. Thank you. So good evening. My name is Tammy Kalamutu. As Director Slama mentioned, I am with the Ainley Group. I've had the pleasure of working with town staff on an amendment or an addendum actually to the Class EA, which was completed back in 2019 for the 10th Line and Mountain Road project. The intent of the presentation this evening is to just provide you with some information and an update on the proposed changes that we are or the changes that we're proposing through this addendum to the Class EA. So we'll take you through what we're proposing, the rationale for why we're proposing that, and then of course there's certainly time at the end for any questions or comments. So if I could get the next slide, please. So as mentioned, the original Class EA was completed back in 2019, and the purpose of the original Class EA was to take a look at the road corridor itself, as well as the intersections, to identify if there were any operational or capacity issues with the roadway, particularly given the sort of background growth that's expected within the municipality over the course of the next several years, as well as the development growth that's anticipated. So the next slide will actually show you the study area. As you can see there, so the study area included Mountain Road, essentially from 10th line to Cambridge Street, and then on 10th line from 6th Street to Mountain Road. So next slide, please. Under that original EA back in 2019, based on the analysis completed at that time and what we knew, the preferred design cross sections that were identified for 10th line essentially included one vehicular lane in each direction. And then active transportation was proposed to be accommodated through on-road cycling facilities, which are represented there by the 1.5 meter bicycle lane on either side of the vehicular lanes. And then there was a proposed 1.5 meter concrete sidewalk on both the west and the east sides. The next slide shows it's still the 10th line. It does just show that there are locations between 6th and Mountain Road where there will be additional intersections. So for example, Georgian Meadows Drive, and then there's another couple of intersections proposed through future development. And where that occurs and there's exclusive left turn lanes required, the only change to the typical cross section would be that we would add in that sort of exclusive left turn lane. So we would still have the one vehicular lane in each direction and the on-road bicycle lanes with the sidewalks on either side. The next slide will show you what the original preferred cross section was for Mountain Road. Now, the analysis at the time indicated that actually a 5-lane cross section was required. So 2 vehicular lanes going in either direction, as well as a continuous center left turn lane. Once again, the active transportation was being accommodated through the on-road cycling facilities. And then we had a 1.5 meter sidewalk proposed on the north side and a 3 meter multi-use path proposed on the south side. So that's what essentially came out of that original Class EA. We'll now take you through what we're sort of proposing through this Class EA addendum, as Director Slama alluded to. So if I could get the next slide, please. So essentially, when we were looking at the EA addendum, we did not re-examine anything associated with vehicular traffic. What we were looking at were essentially changes to the active transportation component. And in doing so, and in reviewing some of the factors and rationale that we'll get to in a moment, we sort of came up with the idea that it made sense to remove the on-road bicycle lanes and instead accommodate cyclists in the boulevards using multi-use paths. So on 10th line, essentially that means that the on-road bicycle lanes would come off. The 1.5 meter sidewalk on the west side would remain, but the 1.5 meter sidewalk that was proposed on the east side would be replaced with a multi-use path. For Mountain Road, as you may recall, it already had the multi-use path on the south side. We would propose to keep that. However, I believe it would become a 4 meter multi-use path. And on the north side, the 1.5 meter sidewalk would remain. So if I could get the next slide, we'll get into sort of some of the rationale for that. So as I mentioned, the original Class A was completed back in 2019. And at that time, the guidance on cycling facilities was very much focused on accommodating, really confident cycling users. So, those people who are not fazed by being in full flow traffic, large volumes of traffic, and going at higher speeds than maybe a normal, I shouldn't say normal, maybe a lesser confident cyclist would be comfortable going at. Back in 2021, the ministry came out with an update to the OTM Book 18, which is the guidance on cycling facilities. And essentially what they said is through intense sort of research of what's happening internationally in terms of best practices with regards to cycling, as well as doing sort of their own research and I guess having discussions with cyclists and actual users of the facilities, they came up with the thought that, if we really want to have, or if we really want to encourage a modal shift, so a change in people's behavior, encouraging people to move towards active transportation, then we really need to be building facilities that appeal to more than just those that are highly confident users. They really wanted to focus on a larger amount of the population that maybe are not as confident. They would like to cycle, but they would prefer to cycle in an environment that has much less stress. So they're separated from traffic. They don't have to worry about, high volumes, high speed. They can have a bit more of an enjoyable experience. So the design guidance that came out back in 2021 really focused on accommodating all ages and abilities rather than just that highly confident user. So next screen, please. So they updated, this is what they call the nomograph. So they updated this in the latest OTM Book 18. And essentially it's your initial cycling facility selection tool. So on the y-axis, I suppose, you'll see that it's the posted speed limit. And in the case of 10th Line and Mountain Road, we have at least 50 kilometers an hour. So we would go to the 50 kilometer an hour mark. And then on the other axis, it's the average daily traffic volumes. And based on the projections in the Class EA, we anticipate that will be equal to or in excess of 10,000. So if you kind of draw your intersecting points, you'll see that on the nomograph, they're really advising that you should be selecting a physically separated bikeway. The other thing to note about this change in nomograph is they do specifically say that on-road bicycle lanes are no longer recommended where you have more than one vehicular lane in each direction, which is the case with mountain roads. So the change in the nomograph, the change in the philosophy is really advising us that we should be removing those on-road bicycle lanes. So next slide, please. So when we started looking at this, we kind of decided that there's additional sort of benefits in terms of what could be accomplished by removing these on-road bike facilities. One of those in 2021 as well, the town was made aware that Enbridge decided to reclassify the gas main that exists on Mountain Road. So they've reclassified it to what they call a vital pipeline or a vital main. And we don't necessarily know the reason why they've reclassified this. It could be due to age, it could be due to condition. Sometimes it's just due to the service network in terms of how large it is. Basically what they say is that a vital main, if it is damaged, it could result in either a significantly large customer outage or significant danger to the public or worker safety. So that's kind of how they gauge what's considered a vital pipeline. When it is a vital pipeline, unfortunately, because it is so important, it means that there are more stringent requirements for when you're working in and around the vicinity of it. So as you can imagine, if we have this vital pipeline within Mountain Road and we now want to reconstruct the road from 2 lanes to 5 lanes, having it reclassified to a vital main makes it much more challenging in terms of logistics, scheduling, cost. So removing the bicycle lanes potentially provides an opportunity for us to gain some additional separation away from this vital gas main, which would certainly be helpful for the project as well. So it's not a main driving factor, but it's definitely an advantage to the proposed changes. So next slide, please. Similarly, kind of another sort of spin-off benefit or an additional benefit when we started looking at it was by removing the bicycle lanes, we're actually reducing the total impervious area for the project. I think we've actually updated these numbers, and I think by going to a 4-meter multi-use path, we were originally considering a 3-meter, but by going to a 4-meter multi-use path, I believe the decrease is approximately 3.2%. But nonetheless, that's still a definite proportion of the project that gets replaced with actual pervious areas such as grass boulevards. And as you may or may not know, the project is located within the Black Ash Creek watershed. And so in reducing the level of impervious that we're implementing as part of this project, we're being consistent with both the Conservation Authority and the town's objectives of improving the health of the watershed. So that's a spin-off benefit. Next slide, please. So finally, of course, with the removal of the bicycle lanes, an additional benefit is there would be some nominal cost savings, both in terms of the initial capital costs, but as well as future maintenance costs. And when you look at sort of the cost benefit analysis, we're removing 3 meters of road that potentially has to be maintained, but is only being used by a very small percentage of the population. And in doing so, we're accommodating those same users, but not having to spend that much more money in doing so. So there is some nominal cost savings that have to be recognized as well. So next slide, please. So after all of that is said and done, what we're proposing here, or what these images will show you, is essentially what the cross sections will look like moving forward, basically as a result of this Class A addendum. So for 10th line, we still have those 2 vehicular lanes, 1 in each direction. You'll note that the bicycle lanes, the on-road bicycle lanes, are no longer there. The 1.5 meter sidewalk is on the west side, and it should be 4 meter multi-use path on the east side. Unfortunately, I think this is an outdated version of the presentation, but regardless, you see what the typical cross section would look like. And if we go to the next slide, you'll just see that same cross section, but with that exclusive left turn lane in the middle where there is sort of intermediate intersections. For Mountain Road, which is the next slide, you'll again see we're maintaining the 5-lane cross section. The on-road bicycle lanes are removed and replaced. The sidewalk stays on the north side. It will be a 4 meter multi-use path on the south side. So next slide. So as part of any Class EA, you are required to look at the impacts to the various environments and what mitigation measures can be implemented. Because this is an addendum to an existing Class EA, really we anticipate that the project impacts on the various environments aren't going to be all that different. You know, we'll still have the same sort of temporary construction impacts. We're still working with generally the same footprint, but as we previously noted, there are actually some benefits in what's being proposed and some benefits to each of the environments. And in particular, we feel like the physical environment is improved because we do believe we're increasing user safety. We're potentially improving the environmental aspect of it through the reduction of the impervious area. And then of course, the economic environment that we discussed. There's some nominal benefits there. So next slide, I think we're going to get into, next steps. So it's important to note that a public information center is not required when you're doing an addendum to a Class EA. You do have to have a public point of contact, but essentially that happens with the notice of filing of an addendum. So we have prepared the Class EA addendum report. We have circulated it to the ministry and they've completed their preliminary review with no comments. We have updated the agency and property owner contact lists and prepared the notice. So we are ready to go. My understanding is that we will be issuing the notice shortly. And I believe when we do that, we'll also be enabling an Engage Collingwood page. So it'll be advertised in sort of a local newspaper type format, as well as on the Engage Collingwood page. And that will start the 30-day public review period. So we'll wait and we'll receive comments from the public, respond to those comments. And then when that 30-day public review period is over, the MECP does have an additional 30-day review. But typically once we receive their sort of approval, it's not really a formal approval, but they're okay on the pre-review, we're usually good to go, but they do have that additional 30-day review period afterwards. So that's kind of where we're at. And that kind of brings me to the end of the presentation. I apologize for speeding through it, but I understand that you have a lot on your agenda. So if there are any questions, I think the next slide is just a question slide. So I'd be happy to answer any questions or receive any comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Tammy. That was great. Questions? I have Councillor Perry.
Yeah, thank you, Tammy, for your presentation. Quick question. I'm not sure if this falls in your realm or not, but the Black Ash Creek trail crossing of Mountain Road, is that fall in your realm?
Thank you. Yes, and through you, your chair. It does. It is within this project. It's not impacted necessarily by the EA addendum. That trail crossing will still be accommodated. So there really are no proposed changes to the crossing itself.
So Okay, sorry. Director
Yes, go
Slama.
ahead, Director Slum.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to provide some further clarification to Councillor Perry's question. So in the design of the road reconstruction for Mountain Road, we have changed the configuration of the trail crossing in itself. So that has been improved in the design, but as Tammy mentioned, in this addendum, it's not being affected by this particular addendum.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Amendment, my apologies.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. So through you to our presenter. First question, actually first a comment to say that in my opinion anyway, this redesign actually ticks a number of boxes from an environmental standpoint. So yes, it does work with the new book, but it also certainly will assist in other issues having to do with amount of, as you've alluded to, impermeable surface and also impacts on the Black Ash Creek. With regard to the multi-use active transportation lane, do you propose that that is paved or gravel?
Yes, go ahead, Tammy.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I believe at this time it is proposed to be paved.
Thank you.
That's something that it can be sorted out through design, but at present it is proposed to be paved.
And the second question is, will the cycling be separated or at least well delineated from the pedestrian use?
Yes, go ahead. Do you mean on the multi-use trail?
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you. And through you again, Chair, to respond to the question, it can be. Yeah, there are many ways that you can use pavement markings, for example, if you want to delineate, where you'd prefer to see pedestrians versus where you'd prefer to see cyclists. Doesn't mean everyone will necessarily follow those instructions, but it can be, and that can certainly be something we can discuss through the design as well. But so for all intents and purposes, they would be combined in terms of using the multi-use path together, but you can use pavement markings if you want to try to separate them to your best ability.
So I'll just follow up and make two comments that sort of explain why I was asking those questions. The first was whether they would be paved or soft surface, and generally you will get more use by cyclists if the surface is paved as opposed to soft. So I'm actually pleased to hear that it would be paved. The other observation that I will make is by separating by line marking or some the cycling side from the active other, like pedestrian or other usage side, is going to give people a much higher sense of safety, especially pedestrians, when it is a multi-use facility. And it also, again, will get more use and compliance with cyclists because everybody kind of knows, no pun intended, but where their lane is. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jeffrey?
Thank you, Mayor Hammond. So through to Deputy Clerk, does the conversation here have any impact on the outcome of the Class EA, or is it already fixed and determined? Otherwise, I may have to declare a conflict to remove myself from the conversation for Mountain Road.
Well, I think there's going to be a public comment. Let me just read what this says. So I'm just going to ask Tammy this. Tammy, did you hear the question from Councillor Jeffrey?
I did, yes, thank you. And so through you, through the Class A process, there's not really a requirement to have the EA addendum approved through council. But as you mentioned, there is a public comment period and anybody can comment or provide comments to the team. I'm sure obviously if council does have comments that staff will be interested, as will we, in those comments. So there is still commenting opportunity, which could potentially impact the EA, correct?
Thank you. So I'm going to have to declare a conflict when we vote. I mean, I could vote on 10th line, but not Mountain Road. So I will recuse myself for the entirety and leave it at that.
Okay,
So I'm
thank
going to
you.
leave the public comments adjoined to this now.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baines?
Thank you. Through the chair to Tammy, hopefully a simple question. I noticed on your diagram there, bicycles on the east side of 10th and likewise on the north side of Mountain. Is it the intention to have both north and southbound on both sides of 10th and likewise both east and westbound on both sides, north and south of Mountain? Way, if you will, on the east side and one way south on the west side and one way west on one side, on the north side of north. Sorry, of Mountain.
Okay, Tammy, go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, and through you, I think I understand your question. So there is only the one multi-use path. So on Mountain Road on the south side and on 10th line on the east side, and that will accommodate both directions of traffic. So we would not want cyclists to be using the sidewalk that's proposed on the other side.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Councillor, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. One more question for Director Slama. I think we'll all agree that crossing at Black Ash Creek and Mountain Road is hazardous at the best of times. Is there any discussion as far as making it a marked crossing or a signaled crossing or anything in that manner? Because now it's 2 lanes now. It'll be like 4 active lanes anyway, with the 5th being the left-hand turn lane.
This is a question for Director Slama, perhaps.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Perry. Yes, the consideration is to include a crossover there at that location.
Signaled, though?
Yes.
Okay.
And I will just confirm with Ms. Kalamutu, but I believe that is the case. Signalized pedestrian crossover.
Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. You are correct. It will be fully signalized.
Okay, thank you so much.
Are there other questions? I have a comment and a few questions. First of all, I am so pleased that the ministry updated its guidelines and that you have brought forward this amendment to the Class EA, or addendum, I guess it is. For those of us who have been speaking here at this table about the need for separated bike lanes, and particularly on busy streets, this is just wonderful news. I have a few questions, though, and one is this, just following up really the point that Councillor Baines just made about only on the east side of 10th line will there be the multi-use trail. And I do realize that that's where the existing subdivision is. But on the other side of Mountain Road, there are thousands of housing units expected. There is a school site proposed there, and there's a school site proposed also on the east side of Mountain Road. And I'm anticipating, and I'll look over at our planning director in a minute, but in my mind, this has meant there'd be 68,000 people living over there. As soon as this could come to fruition, and I know there's some servicing issues right now, but Director Valentine, do you have any thoughts about the units over there and what we're looking at as soon as it could get built?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you, I don't have the numbers at the tip of my pen or a computer here, but
Okay.
certainly it's in the thousands of units, and certainly that translates to a higher population in that end of town, and we can provide those numbers directly to council by email should that be desirable.
Okay, and I think we heard from a developer who bought up land stretching from 10th line over to the Osler Bluffs Road, 500 acres, and he has some grand plan there, which we haven't even seen a unit count yet for. So where I'm going with this is I would like serious thought to be given to having a multi-use trail also on the west, what am I talking about here? The west side, I guess, of 10th line, because that's where the major new development's going to come. And I'm concerned with there'll be future kids, there'll be schools on both sides of 10th line. There'll be wheelchairs, there will be carriages, baby carriages, tricycles. We have to consider this is going to be an active community. And although when you drive by there today, it is, mostly fields except for the existing development on the corner of Mountain and not Mountain, but 10th and 6th. So that's my wish list, that we get it safe on both sides, because to protect the users, safety first, and I want to look beyond what we're planning for today in terms of what's there. And I know that's the purpose of all this work for widening and so on. So I just really wanted to bring that to your attention. And for the same reasons, I am very much in support of the concept you mentioned of paved multi-use trails, because the users, whether they're cyclists or baby carriages, it makes a huge difference. And the delineation for pedestrians is an issue I feel strongly about. I have noticed on our existing trail network, which is a wonderful feature in our community, there's more and more I'll say small issues, but nevertheless between the pedestrians and the cyclists, because they're so busy. So to the extent some thought can be given to making sure that the multi-use trails are wide enough to have safe delineation for both users, I think would be an advantage. A question I have is from Cambridge to High Street on Mountain Road. I know that's not part of your study area, but how will that fit in to what you're proposing in your study area in terms of the continuation of the multi-use trail?
Thank you, Chair. So to respond to that, I do believe the multi-use trail is planned to terminate at that crossing. I don't believe that it extends on the other side of the bridge. I could, correct me if I'm wrong, maybe Director Slama, but I do believe that's where the crossover is. So it does not continue on this south side of Mountain Road beyond there.
Yes, Director Slama.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. That is my recollection as well. That so I guess from the bridge and towards Walmart and Cambridge Street, we only have a sidewalk proposed, and at that intersection of Cambridge and Mountain Road, when you're looking to the south, like potentially like going past Walmart and into the future regional commercial district. Mm-hmm. There is some difficulties, I guess, with providing a proper connection to the proposed trail for the regional commercial district. So at this time, it's just a sidewalk on the east side of Cambridge Street, so beside Metro, on the Metro side, and we're mindful of that, and as we work through our transportation master plan, and we incorporate active transportation as a mode of transportation, and include that in our future planning, we might see what needs to be done on that Cambridge Street corridor, which would require some land acquisition, because we just don't have we have a pinch point in our right of way there to be able to provide a better continuity of the multi-use plan. The multi-use trail, sorry.
And thank you for that. And in particular, along Mountain, from where this study area stops to High Street, what will be proposed there? Can we make that a multi-use trail?
So at this time, it would remain as it is today, which is sidewalks.
Sidewalk. Okay, I hear you. And and I don't know, I'm going to ask this question too. Why wasn't the study area continued to High Street? Is that a question for you, Director Slama? Yeah, okay.
I'm sorry. We're looking at the widening because it's already wide, right? From a road perspective, this was initiated by looking at what do we need to accommodate the vehicles in the road widening. So it's already has already been widened from High Street to Cambridge. So this project is looking at the bridge and then Mountain Road all the way to 10th line, incorporating a roundabout at 10th line intersection.
Okay, so my last comment would be if, given that the importance of cycling and active transportation modes are becoming such an important part of how we hope to move our community now and in the future, and thankfully the ministry has even recognized that. I wonder whether, even if we're just looking at the active transportation part of it, if we couldn't have extended it, given that's an important part of the transportation network, and whether if it's not too late to do that. But I'll leave that with you as a thought. Okay, yes, Director Slama.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So again, we will be looking at this again in that greater, under the transportation master plan, when we're incorporating all these different forms of transportation within Collingwood and looking at that vision and again, highlighting where we need to make some connectivity improvements.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other comments at this time? No. Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation tonight, and good evening.
Thank you. Good evening to you as well.
Okay, next on our agenda is a deputation from the Ontario Pump Storage Project. And I have Herb Shields, Alex Chreston, and Jenna Down. Or just one of the above. Go ahead.
Excellent. Thank you for having TC Energy tonight. So my name is Herb Shields. I'm the team lead for engagement on the Ontario Pump Storage Project. I am currently a resident of North Bay and a very near future resident of the municipality of Meaford. So I have a presentation on the screens right now. I believe I have 5 minutes for a presentation. So just flag me down at the 4-minute mark and I'll wrap things up as quickly as I can. So this presentation has been given to multiple municipalities in Bruce, Grey, and Simcoe counties over the last few weeks. Given the October municipal elections, we wanted to ensure that all newly elected officials in the area were aware of this project and also had an opportunity to ask any questions, especially given significant redesigns of this project over the last couple of years. Slide, please. So people have asked why pump storage, why hydroelectric pump storage? TC Energy has recognized that in the coming decades, Ontario is going to be phasing out fossil fuel power in its energy grid. We've already done that with coal, and now the next phase is natural gas. So as we remove natural gas from the natural gas from the energy system, what do we replace it with? We replace it with a wide variety of non-emitting sources, such as more nuclear, more wind, more solar, and more imports of zero-emission power from other jurisdictions. So that is all to say that we are going to have more intermittent sources of power. And by intermittent, we mean only when the sun shines do we get solar, and only when the wind blows do we get wind. So we need to have an opportunity to stabilize Ontario's energy grid and to store that intermittent power and then re-release it when it's needed over the coming decades. So think of this large battery as an electricity insurance policy to ensure stable and predictable flow of power for the coming decades. Next slide. This storage facility is what we describe grid scale. People have asked about utility scale batteries. This is called grid scale batteries. And by that we mean it is a 1,000 megawatt facility, and that 1,000 megawatts will power 1 million homes over an 8-hour period. So to provide some context, Niagara Falls, the Beck 1, 2, and 3 facilities is roughly just shy of 2,000 megawatts. So think of something about half the size of Niagara Falls to be built in the county of Grey. Next slide. This is our current designs and proposed designs for the pump storage project. So many people may have seen this facility in 2019, 2020, when TC Energy was public engagement, and our footprint has dramatically changed based on public feedback that we have received, especially from the residents of Meaford. So this facility, as you can see, is on the Department of National Defense lands in Meaford. There's an artificial reservoir at the top of the Niagara Escarpment, and then there's an underground powerhouse that is deep underground below like the reservoir, and then roughly about a 3-kilometer tunnel. And this tunnel will be about 12 meters in diameter, which would be about the size of this room, I think. Going into deep water into Georgian Bay, and then about 800 meters offshore into deep water, about 1.5 kilometer diameter ring, as you can see on like the screen here, would be underground, and about 20 risers would be coming up from like the lake bed up into like the Georgian Bay in order to disperse water, and then also to take water back on a 24-hour cycle or less. This project is still in its design stages, and we are reflecting the feedback that we have received from the residents of Meaford and other environmental groups and other groups based on their feedback so far. Next slide. Also, people have asked, well, why Meaford? Why Grey County? And why this part of the world? So TC Energy has undertaken some reviews, and really all the stars had to align for this size of battery to be proposed in this. So one, we needed access to water, and Georgian Bay provides that. We needed access to elevation, and the Niagara Escarpment provides that. We needed access to markets. So as you can see, Barrie is in close proximity. The GTA is in close proximity. And then lastly, we needed access to the lake itself. So as I'm sure the people of Collingwood know, there is a lot of private property on Georgian Bay, and we needed access to that same bay. So accessing it through the Department of National Defense lands ensured minimal disturbances to sites as well as private property. Next slide. Especially, I'm sure, for the town of Collingwood, transmission might be like the most important aspect of this project. So again, this is a conceptual design based on feedback that we've received. So TC Energy is proposing a buried lakebed transmission line that would be coming from Meaford across Nottawasaga Bay to Wasaga Beach. In Wasaga Beach, we have secured a private property where we would make landfall, and then from Wasaga Beach continue to be a buried cable line from Wasaga Beach to Stainer. And then at the Stainer, there's an existing Hydro One transformer station. That transformer station would have a switch yard directly adjacent to it to provide that transfer of energy. And then Hydro One would then augment and upgrade their existing power lines from Stainer to the ESSA transformer station outside Barrie. And that's how power would be coming from this facility to the energy grid. And then that same power cable system would bring power from the cable, from the energy grid to this facility to pump water from Georgian Bay up back to this reservoir in less than a 24-hour period. Slide. Again, I do want to stress that our design has been in the public eye, and we have been designing this project based on the feedback that we received from the residents. Many people have asked about near shore or shoreline impacts, fish and fish habitat impacts, water quality impacts, as well as noise and ground disturbance impacts. And we have taken that into consideration with these new designs. So as I've mentioned, the underground powerhouse system ensures that the visual impacts are being minimized. Going into deep water will avoid any nearshore potential impacts. And again, going underground will avoid any fish or fish habitat impacts. And then our designs itself ensures that water quality, debris, and fish habitat are also being minimized and avoided. Next slide. By fish and fish habitat minimization, this is what we are contemplating. So this is an example of what those risers could be looking like, or a conceptual drawing of what those risers would be looking like in Georgian Bay. So these are approximately 12 meters in height. So again, about the size of this room, but they are above like the lake bed. So about 3 or 4 meters above the lake bed, these risers would begin. So avoiding debris, avoiding sand and sediment kick up. The rate of flow of water being brought in as well as water taking out is roughly 1 kilometer an hour, which is the same currents and flows of Georgian Bay in that area. So again, to avoid fish and as you can see with this boat at the top of like the screen, there is still more than enough clearance for recreational boating in the area. And really, you shouldn't be in this area anyways, because about a mile outside the D&D facility zone. So Department of National Defense discourages people in this area from like the get-go. But I'm sure on a very clear day, if you happen to be traversing through this area, you could look down and see the top of these risers because the water is incredibly clear. Next slide. You'll have asked about construction techniques. If everything is buried, well, then how are you getting things in that buried area? So our proposed construction technique is a technique that has been used already. In fact, in the city of Toronto, the city of department wastewater facilities are being undertaken right now. And they're using large boring machines to bore deep tunnels into Ontario to disperse of wastewater for the city of Toronto. So we want to propose a very similar construction technique for this project by using large boring machines, as you can see with the precast concrete arcs to maintain that structure. And again, as you can see here, enough space for ongoing maintenance of people and small vehicles as water goes in and out of the piping and electrical works in that tunneling system. And the last, I think, substantial slide I'll go through is then the last component is the risers themselves. So similar to the City of Toronto, we are proposing to have temporary platform in the water to insert those risers into like the tunneling system, and then have that platform move from riser to riser. And then once that is complete, the platforms would be removed. And at the water surface, of course, you won't see any. And then for timing, so as I said, nothing has been confirmed yet, including a regulatory process. So this year, we will begin a federal impact assessment because this is on federal lands. There is going to be a provincial environmental assessments that we'll also have to attain, as well as a variety of other permitting at the local level as well. That will kick off a 3-year review process. And then by 2025, 2026, the construction window will begin. And then that'll be a 4-year construction window. So TC Energy is not expecting operations to begin until 2030. Next slide. And as far as like for the town of Meaford, my apologies, the town of Collingwood, transmission, I would expect would be of interest, and then also the indirect economic opportunities for this project. This project is currently about $4.5 billion as our construction budget, I think, which represents, the largest private sector investment in this part of the world in Ontario's history. And right now, as you can see, the vast majority of our investment is going to be in the local study area. By that, I mean Bruce, Grey, and Simcoe counties. Including our employment base is already here in Bruce, Grey, and Simcoe. So we anticipate the majority of our spend will be here. The majority of our workers are already going to be here, and we want to improve on those numbers already. So we'll be working with local economic development officers and staff to enhance that opportunity for Collingwood and well as other Simcoe County municipalities. I'll skip through like these slides. I think I'm out of time, but this is an illustration that small business, organized labor, and environmental groups have all already are supportive of this project. So that's the conclusion of my presentation. I'll open the floor to questions, but thank you for having TC Energy here.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation and taking the time to give us the update. I've been following this from afar, and I do recognize the significant changes that you've made over the years. And anyway, thank you for coming. Are there any questions? Councillor Baines.
The chair, just to our presenter, I'm assuming you pay rent or will pay rent to the feds?
Yes, so through the chair, so there is so the exact nature of our tenure on that property has yet to be determined. So whether it's a lease, occupation, something like that. Department of National Defense and the Government of Canada have already been clear since day one. This will remain federal lands. So privatization of these lands is not on the table. So the exact nature of that occupation still has to be determined.
Okay, I think that's all the questions. So again, thank you very much for coming. I think we'll deal with, I guess this won't be long, 6.1. So I'll read what we're doing here is P 2023-1, the Heritage Designation Bylaws for 310 7th Street and 294 Beech Street. Is there a staff report on this?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And as you mentioned, this is a relatively straightforward report. So in the interest of time, I would suggest moving straight to Community Planner Teagle's presentation.
Thank you. Community Planner Teagle, please go ahead.
Right, good evening. So this is the presentation for report P 2023-01 regarding the passing of the Heritage Designation Bylaws for 310 7th Street and 294 Beech Street. Next slide, please. So for the benefit of the newer members, I wanted to provide a quick overview of what a Part 4 designation bylaw is and what heritage designation means for a property. So a heritage designation is tied to real property. A Part 4 designation is for the designation of a single individual property, whereas a Part 5 designation is for a collection of properties, also known as a heritage conservation district. Tonight, we're dealing with two Part 4 designations, so two individual properties. A Part 4 designation takes the form of a bylaw passed under the authority of the Ontario Heritage Act that is registered on title and is enforceable. The bylaw has two key components. First, a statement of cultural heritage value or interest provides the reasons for the designation or why the property has cultural heritage value. The second key component is the heritage attributes of the property, which are the physical elements of the property that are integral to maintain the cultural heritage value of the property. Designations can be initiated by the request of the owner or by the town. Both of the designations before you in this report have come at the request of the property owners. The effect of a designation is to recognize the importance of a property to the community, protect the property's heritage value by requiring heritage permits to undertake exterior alterations, including demolition, encouraging stewardship of the property, and promoting knowledge and understanding of the property. Designated properties are eligible to apply for the town's heritage grant and tax relief incentive programs that assist heritage property owners with the cost of maintaining and restoring the community's built cultural heritage. Next slide, please. So in terms of what has occurred to date with these two designations, Heritage Committee received the initial owner request to designate the properties in August and September of 2021. Cultural heritage evaluation reports were then undertaken by Sue Murdoch Historical Consulting for both properties and provided to the Heritage Committee in the spring of 2022, which the Heritage Committee supported. Development and Operations Services Standing Committee and Council received a report in July 2022 and directed staff to issue a notice of intention to designate for both properties and return with designation bylaws. Notice of intention to designate for both properties was given on November 17th, 2022, with a 30-day objection period concluding on December 17th. No objections were received for either property. One letter of support from the Ontario Historical Society was sent regarding 310 7th Street. Having given notice and received no objections, staff are now returning with the designation bylaws. Next slide, please. So the first property before you this evening for designation is 310 7th Street, also known as the Heritage Community Church. 310 7th Street is located on the south side of 7th Street and east of Walnut Street. The owners of the property, Heritage Community Church, have requested that the property be designated as the property, in their words, is a significant landmark of direct descendants of freedmen, freedwomen, freedom seekers, the enslaved, and fugitives who established a flourishing Black settlement in Collingwood, also known as a northern terminus of the Underground Railroad. The property contains a 1976 and 2018 church building that is an example of a contemporary place of worship in a small urban community in Ontario. It is representative of the economic and socio-cultural values expressed in built form by persons of African descent and Methodist faith in Collingwood. Next slide, please. The second property is 294 Beech Street, which is located on the west side of Beech Street, approximately mid-block between 4th Street West to the north and 5th Street to the south. The owners of the property have requested that the property be designated to ensure that the house is retained for the benefit of future generations and to recognize the importance of smaller historic homes. The property contains an 1884 Gothic Revival style cottage that is a representative example of housing built for middle income households in Collingwood in the late 1880s, and is likely an example of the workmanship of Thomas Fowler, an English trained mason and bricklayer and the dwelling's first resident. Next slide, please. So just to conclude with some next steps, should council enact and pass the designation bylaws, the next steps would be publication of a notice of passing in the newspaper, which is also served to the owners and the Ontario Heritage Trust, along with copies of the bylaw. There's then a 30-day appeal period from the date of the notice of passing, during which anyone could appeal the designation bylaws to the Ontario Land Tribunal. If there are no appeals within 30 days, the bylaws come into force and are registered on title and added to the town and provincial heritage registers. And if the bylaws come into effect, the owners would be eligible, subject to program criteria, to apply for heritage-related incentive programs offered through the town, and would also be subject to the requirements for heritage permits to support exterior renovations. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Very much. Are there any members of the public who would like to speak to this matter? Any in the audience? We'll start with that. Seeing none. Any online?
Thank you, Your Worship. If there's anyone online that would like to participate in the discussion, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And there's no interest at this time.
Okay, so I'll read in the council resolution that report P 2023-01 heritage designation of 310 7th Street and 294 Beech Street dated January 16, 2023 be received, and that council enacts and passes the bylaw attached as Appendix A to Report 2023-01 to designate the property municipally known as 310 7th Street as a property of cultural heritage value or interest under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. And further, that council enacts and passes the bylaw attached as Appendix B to Report P 2023-01 to designate the property municipally known as 294 Beech Street as a property of cultural heritage value or interest under Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Deputy Mayor Fryer and Councillor Jeffrey. Any discussion or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item is P 2023-02, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments with respect to the Georgian Bay hotel lands. Would there be a staff report on this? Yep. Come forward, Planner Ayers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As Manager Ayers makes her way to the podium, if I would have committee provide a few introductory remarks
Thank you.
for this particular file. You'll hear from Manager Ayers when she moves into the presentation that this is a legacy file. And what we mean by that is it's been on the books for quite some time, in this particular case, a little more than 4 years. And the culmination of these types of long-standing files really does show you that we are here because of a tremendous amount of effort from the proponent, from staff, from reviewing agencies and others that has been undertaken to get to this particular point. in time. So you will see from the staff report that we are offering a positive resolution that recommends the approval of the principle of development, meaning the official plan amendment and the zoning bylaw amendment for this particular proposal, with the understanding that the detailed site plan application will follow in due course to council for a decision in the future. Particular development is permitted under our existing land use planning policy and regulatory frameworks. And as such, there are a number of other developments that are quite similar within the municipality. However, as you will have noted from the staff report, staff did feel compelled to note that we have some level of discomfort with respect to the existing private road and the private water and wastewater distribution and collection services on the subject lands. And what I mean about private distribution services is the water is municipal from the municipal system, but the pipe that delivers the water through to the hotel and the existing condominiums is under private ownership, and similarly for the collection pipe for the wastewater. So staff do have some concerns with the potential risks to the municipality, particularly with the significant additional number of residential units that are being permitted, as well as the potential conversion of residential units that are being introduced as part of this proposal. As noted in the staff report, in the future, projects of these types, the concerns that you're hearing about today are to be addressed through augmented policies in the new official plan. However, I do want to be clear that the new official plan does not and cannot apply to this development, as it is not yet in force and effect. So for this legacy situation and file, staff have used every available tool to mitigate risk to the town and to protect the health and safety of future residents. And those include requiring the provision of a second water connection to the municipal water servicing system, municipal ownership of the southerly water services, as well as a second emergency access to facilitate the proposed new development. And that emergency access would be a road access. And further, we did feel it bears acknowledging that this proposal does represent an increase in housing supply for the town. It would add 165 apartment dwelling units to our supply, and that is typically a more attainable type of housing rather than other lower density housing forms. Also, this project takes advantage of underutilized parcel of land in the town, and we are also achieving significant improvements in the buffering of the significant wetland feature, which is adjacent to the project, and this is being achieved through these applications. So again, before we move to manager errors with your concurrence, Madam Chair, I would just remind council again that the site plan application is still required. That means development cannot, of the new residential units cannot occur prior to a future council decision around the site plan, where we will be providing more details, particularly around the roads and servicing, among other matters at that time. Thank you for the opportunity, and we will move to manager errors if the committee is prepared to do so.
Thank you. Manager Ayers, please go ahead.
Thank you, and good evening, Madam Chair and members of council. I've only had the privilege of seeing you on screen so far, so it is nice to see you in person this evening. I'm getting better at the in-person meetings again, but bear with me because I have a new laptop, which sometimes acts up a little bit, so I'll do my best. If you could go back to Oh, we are fine to stay there. Just generally, this presentation will provide an overview of the proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments for the lands generally associated with Georgian Bay Hotel, which is located at 10 Vacation Inn Drive. Next slide, please. So similar to previous development applications that have been presented to this committee for the first time in this term, I will begin by providing a brief overview of what official plan and zoning bylaw amendments are. To start, an official plan is a policy document that establishes the framework for the principle of development. It is prepared with input from the public and helps to ensure that future planning and development will meet the specific needs of the community, including where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, what services such as roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed, when and in what order parts of the community will grow, and community improvement initiatives. An official plan amendment, commonly referred to as an OPA, is a tool under the Planning Act that changes an official plan, usually as a result of changing circumstances in the community or at the request of a property owner, which is the case this evening. I would note that the County of Simcoe is currently the approval authority of official plans and official plan amendments in the town of Collingwood. Next slide, please. So while the official plan sets out the municipality's general policies for future land use, a zoning bylaw puts the official plan into effect and provides for its day-to-day administration. A zoning bylaw controls the use of land in a community and contains specific requirements that are legally enforceable, such as how land may be used, where buildings and other structures can be located, the types of buildings that are permitted and how they may be used, and lot sizes and dimensions, parking requirements, building heights, and setbacks. Construction or new development that does not comply with a zoning bylaw is not allowed, and the municipality would refuse to issue a building permit. The town of Collingwood has a comprehensive zoning bylaw that divides land into different land use zones, including various residential, commercial, industrial, community services, environmental protection, recreation, and other zones, each with their own range of permitted uses and zoning provisions. A zoning bylaw amendment, again, our wonderful world of acronyms, commonly referred to as a ZBA, is a tool under the Planning Act to change the zoning on a property, and it is usually at the request of a property owner who wants to use or develop a property in a way that is not currently allowed. The town of Collingwood is the approval authority for zoning bylaws and zoning bylaw amendments. And I just also wanted to stress at this point in time that per the town's servicing capacity allocation policy, servicing capacity is not allocated at the time an official plan amendment or a zoning bylaw amendment. So the subject applications before committee this evening have no impact on servicing capacity at this time. Next slide, please. So now that we've established the purpose of the applications before committee this evening, I will take you through the specifics of the proposal. So this is a 2022 aerial image of the subject lands, which are located on the south side of Highway 26. The lands that are the subject of these official plan and zoning bylaw amendments are outlined in red on the screen. Georgian Bay Hotel and its associated recreational amenities, including the putting course, are not the subject of these applications. Immediately south of the hotel site are a total of 38 condominium units that are collectively 2 hectares in size. I would note that Simcoe Condominium Corporation number 129, as identified by the blue star on the screen, which contains a total of 4 condominium units, is not subject to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, as this condominium corporation did not consent to being part of the applications. A stormwater management block, approximately 0.2 hectares in size, is located at the southeast of the condominiums. And finally, the southernmost parcel, which is approximately 2.6 hectares in size and currently contains 2 maintenance buildings and a radio communications tower, is the location for the proposed new residential development known as Wildwood Creek. Surrounding land uses include medium-density residential uses, namely the Whisper Woods condominium development and environmental protection lands, being Silver Creek Wetland Complex to the east, recreational uses, namely the Cranberry Golf Course to the west and south, and environmental protection lands across Highway 26 to the north. Next slide, please. So as Director Valentine indicated, the proposed development has been the subject of active planning applications for approximately 4 years and is generally considered a legacy file. The pre-consultation application was submitted in January of 2018, which was followed by formal Planning Act applications for concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments on August 14, 2018. The applications were deemed complete on September 14, 2018, and a statutory public meeting was held on February 11, 2019. An application for site plan control for the proposed Wildwood Creek residential development was also submitted in February of 2019. The subject OPA and ZBA applications have been extensively reviewed by town departments, external agencies, and third-party peer reviewers, and are now being recommended for approval. As Director Valentine indicated, the site plan control application has undergone technical review of 3 submissions, and the town is currently awaiting a 4th site plan submission. It is anticipated that the application for site plan control will be advanced for committee and council's consideration in the future, subject to satisfying outstanding technical comments and addressing any requirements related to municipal servicing capacity. Next slide, please. So in terms of the current land use designations on the subject lands, the Town of Collingwood official plan designates them as predominantly resort commercial and partly environmental protection. You'll see by the area in blue, the environmental protection designation applies to the stormwater management block, which is located southeast of the existing condominiums. There are a number of permitted uses in the resort commercial designation, including hotels, motels, conference center, and multi-unit buildings for seasonal resort accommodation, provided they are used solely for short-term occupancy and rented through a common management entity such as a hotel. In the image in the lower left corner of the screen, Category 1 wetlands are identified along the southeastern boundary of the subject lands, and no development or site alteration is permitted within Category 1 wetlands except for public works or uses required for flood or erosion control, passive public recreation, a public or private road, or a public or private utility. Next slide, please. So the proposed official plan before committee this evening involves several redesignations. The southernmost parcel is proposed to be redesignated from resort commercial to high density residential exception 2 to permit a new residential development known as Wildwood Creek. The high-density residential exception 2 policies would restrict the maximum density to 75 dwelling units per gross hectare, notwithstanding the maximum density permitted in the high-density residential designation is 120 dwelling units per gross hectare. And this proposed maximum density limit is representative of the proposed built form, including the building type, scale, and height that is consistent with other Wildwood condominium projects in the town of Collingwood. And it also ensures sufficient buffering to the adjacent provincially significant wetland. Furthermore, the high-density residential exception 2 policies would require a second emergency vehicle access off of a public road to support the proposed new residential development. The portion of the subject lands containing the condominium units, again, save and except for Simcoe Condominium Corporation number 129 noted earlier, is proposed to be redesignated from resort commercial to resort commercial exception 4 to permit residential dwelling units in addition to the permitted uses in the parent resort commercial designation. And furthermore, the official plan amendment also proposes to redesignate the eastern boundary of the subject lands from resort commercial to environmental protection and a portion of the stormwater management block from environmental protection to resort commercial. These environmental protection boundaries are proposed to be refined based on detailed studies and updated mapping that were submitted and reviewed to the satisfaction of the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority. Next slide, please. The Town of Collingwood zoning bylaw zones the subject lands as predominantly resort commercial exception 4 and partly environmental protection. The environmental protection zoning applies to the stormwater management block and several small areas along the eastern boundary of the southernmost parcel. All of the parent resort commercial permitted uses and lot provisions apply to the C3-4 zone. The exception simply states, for the purposes of determining zoning conformity, land within this zone shall be considered to be one contiguous lot. Next slide, please. So the portion of the subject lands containing the condominium units, again, save and except for Simcoe Condominium Corporation number 129, is proposed to be rezoned from resort commercial exception 4 to resort commercial exception 6. The C3-6 zone contains a site-specific provision to permit residential dwelling units and a site-specific exception that the lands located within the new C3-6 zone shall be considered to be one contiguous lot with those lands immediately abutting to the north to maintain consistency with the current zoning. The southernmost parcel of the subject lands is proposed to be rezoned from resort commercial exception 4 to residential fourth density exception 8. And the R48 zone contains a site-specific provision to permit a maximum of 165 dwelling units, which is consistent with the maximum density of 75 dwelling units per hectare proposed in the official plan amendment. As well, there's a site-specific exception to a general provision in our zoning bylaw related to multiple zones on a lot with respect to the interior side yard along the eastern property boundary. In addition, there are 2 areas along the eastern boundary of the southernmost parcel that are proposed to be rezoned from Resort Commercial Exception 4 to Environmental Protection, and 2 small areas that are proposed to be rezoned from Environmental Protection to Residential 4th Density Exception 8. Again, the refinement of these environmental protection boundaries is based on detailed study and updated mapping that has been submitted and reviewed to the satisfaction of the Conservation Authority. And finally, a portion of the existing stormwater management block is proposed to be rezoned from environmental protection to resort commercial exception 7. It is noted that a 10-meter wide buffer around the perimeter of the stormwater management block adjacent to the wetland is to remain zoned as environmental protection. And the C37 zone would contain site-specific provisions that restricts permitted uses in this zone to only those uses accessory to the existing hotel located at 10 Vacation Inn Drive, requires a minimum 3.0 meter wide landscaped buffer where the C37 zone abuts a residential 3rd density zone, and establishes a site-specific exception that, notwithstanding a general provision related to frontage onto a street, highway, or private road, an accessory building or accessory use may be constructed on a lot that has frontage onto a private road, provided that the town and the developer have an approved site plan control agreement. Next slide, please. So for the benefit of members of council and the public, this slide simply illustrates the architectural renderings for the proposed new residential development on the southernmost parcel of land known as Wildwood Creek. As previously noted, this proposed residential development is subject of ongoing and extensive technical review through the town's site plan review process, including review of the proposed development for consistency with the town's urban design manual. Next slide, please. As noted, a statutory public meeting was held on February 11, 2019. At that meeting, 1 individual provided oral submissions and a number of written comments were also received subsequent to the meeting. Oral and written comments received were primarily related to technical details associated with the proposal. There was no outright opposition to the proposal itself. These concerns and how they've been addressed are outlined in greater detail in the staff report, but they generally include the proposed location of the second emergency vehicle access over Trafalgar Road, proximity and buffering to both the provincially significant wetland and the water course or stormwater channel that traverses the site, increased traffic to the area, construction access along Trafalgar Road, future use of the stormwater management block, the requirement for private waste collection services. And I would also note that in addition to the public's concerns, members of the previous council and engineering services staff also raised concerns regarding the potential impacts of the adjacent golf course on the proposed residential development. Next slide, please. So this slide illustrates the various studies and reports that were submitted in support of the official plan and zoning bylaw amendment applications that have been extensively reviewed by the applicable town departments, external commenting agencies, and third-party peer reviewers. Next slide, please. So the proposed development is consistent and in conformity with all of the applicable provincial and municipal planning policy and regulatory instruments, including the provincial policy statement, a place to grow plan, Simcoe County's official plan, and the town's official plan. The proposal represents intensification on an existing underutilized lot. If approved, the proposal would contribute to the achievement of complete communities and compact urban form, and would further expand the provision of a diverse range and mix of housing options in Collingwood. In addition, the proposal protects the adjacent provincially significant wetland, enhances the existing state of the wetland buffer, and is considered to be a net benefit to the wetland feature overall. The subject applications were circulated to town departments, third-party peer reviewers, and external commenting agencies for review and comment, and all matters have been satisfactorily addressed with respect to the applications before committee this evening. Next slide, please. Final slide, please. And in terms of next steps, in the process, we are currently at step number 7, where the committee is considering a staff report, including recommendations for approval. It is anticipated that council will consider and make a decision to approve or refuse the zoning bylaw amendment and adopt or refuse the official plan amendment at its scheduled meeting for January 30th. Following council's decision, if adopted, the official plan amendment would be submitted to the County of Simcoe for consideration and approval. And it is noted that the concurrent zoning bylaw amendment, if adopted, would not come into force and effect until such time as the official plan amendment is approved by the county. Following the decisions of the respective town and county councils, notice of passing or refusal will be circulated to all individuals and organizations who have requested notice, and this notice will also be published in the local newspaper. Subsequent to the decisions, there are appeal periods should anyone wish to appeal a decision of either town or county council to the Ontario Land Tribunal. And if the amendments are passed by the respective councils and no appeals are received within the appeal period, then the amending zoning bylaw and official plan amendment would come into effect. And this concludes my presentation this evening. I am available to answer any questions the committee may have. And I would note that the applicant and their consultants are also in the audience this evening, should members of committee have any specific questions for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Would there be any members of the public who would like to address the committee on this? Yes, please come forward.
My name's Helen Montaux, and I'm president of Whisper Woods, which is affected on Trafalgar Road of this development.
Can you explain to us exactly where that is?
Sure. Do you have that the diagram that was just shown? Well, basically, Vacation Inn Drive sort of goes around, and
Yes.
then Trafalgar, it's sort of like a circle.
Right.
And so we're a private condo corp that is
Are you the one up by 26?
well, we
No.
do go to 26 as well.
Okay.
Yes, we're basically the very east part.
Yeah, that would be helpful if we know what it would be
Yes.
make more sense.
We're okay. They're the residential, the beige colored beside Resort Commercial.
Yeah, at the top right side.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, thanks very much. That's helpful.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Okay, so I have 4 questions and comments. Regarding page 8 of the staff report, under construction access, it's been noted that an agreement between the developer of the proposed Wellwood Creek and Georgian Bay Hotel has been reached to ensure that the construction vehicles will remain on Georgian Bay Hotel lands and not utilize Trafalgar Road. I guess my question is, how is this being enforced? And would we be able to have a copy of this written agreement? As well as if there is no real plan of enforcement, would we be able to put a temporary sort of barricade or just to allow maybe vehicles to go one way at the northeast border of the property or the west side? I've actually talked to the president of SCC 127 property, and he's in agreement that we could do that as well. So it's basically just to the entrance to where this new development is to the side.
Okay.
So we would like to ask for that.
Well, let's just do these one at a time.
Okay.
Okay, because I think this is probably fairly straightforward for Director Slama. How is the construction access fixed so that they don't wander off the route?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I'll ask Planner Ayers to answer that question.
Okay, thank you. Manager Ayers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the member of the public, Helen. This is more of a technical detail that would be resolved through the site plan control agreement process. So as indicated in this report, the owner of the hotel lands and the proposed developer of the Wildwood Creek residential development have come to an agreement that only the lands owned by the hotel, like the Vacation and Drive, would be utilized for construction access. And I believe they have worked out a specific construction access route. But those are details that would be secured through the site plan control agreement, which is another process that the proposed residential development on the southern lands would come back to committee and council with those additional details in the future.
Okay, so then we would have recourse if it wasn't being followed later.
Correct. Yes, through the site plan control agreement, we can put
Okay.
provisions in the site plan control agreement, and that is the intention of planning services staff to work with the town solicitor to capture those requirements, but just it'll be at the subsequent phase of this development process.
But once it's in the site plan control agreement, then you'll be able to enforce it. Is that correct? The town could enforce that?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that is correct. And also typically with our site plan control agreements, or engineering services also requires a construction management plan. So a lot of the details pertaining to construction, particularly construction accesses and all of those fun details that go with the joys and pains of construction are captured in that construction management plan.
Okay.
And that would be a requirement through the site plan review process.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
The other item is sewers. It's our understanding that the proposed development would be hooking into the current sewer system. We actually met with Crozier in July of 2019, and it was indicated that the current system, according to their report, would be able to accommodate these extra 165 units. I guess we would like some type of reassurance that, in 2 or 10 years down the road, maybe it wouldn't be, because we would have to financially help out with that as well, because we have that in our reserve fund. So I guess
Okay.
that's a big concern for us as well.
Okay, I have that concern too.
The third one is Trafalgar Road. Our road's 35 years old. It was constructed in 1996, and it was constructed with low-density traffic in mind. It's set to be repaved in 2026. As you can appreciate, roadways are very expensive to resurface. Traffic opinion letter actually did do there was a traffic study done, but it was only done on Vacation and Drive. We know that once this development's complete, that it's a given that some of the new residents are going to be using our road. And I just wondered if there's any type of compensation or something that could help us, or could we somehow help with the traffic flow on our road, either doing some temporary or some type of bollards or something to stop this from happening. We're only a 32 unit condo corp, and we don't, we have limited funds.
Who would like to answer that? Yeah, Manager Ayers, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With this particular item, given the private nature of the agreements and the private roads in question, I may defer this, if the chair is willing, defer this question to the applicant.
Sure, absolutely. So we'll hear from them in a minute.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
Mhm.
And then just the very last is really more of a comment than anything, is that this proposed development has lands that is actually on lands that are pretty much landlocked, and it requires the use of existing roadways and services from 6 different condo corps, plus the hotel. It's putting a strain on all the services, and quite frankly, to us, it really doesn't make a lot of sense from a practical standpoint. I guess we were kind of wondering why this wasn't even initially accessed through the Cranberry Trail West roadway and services. And that's just a question.
Okay, that's a good question. Is there access that could be obtained through that other development?
Madam Chair, through you to Ms. Monto. And I will ask Director Slama to add on to any commentary I may give. But the issue is the southernmost parcel of lands does not front onto the future Cranberry Trail East-West Road. I'm not sure what it's officially considered in exactly that area. There are private lands owned by Cranberry Golf Course that exist between the proposed residential development and the Cranberry, the municipal roadway. I understand that the applicant has had successful conversations with the owner of the golf course with respect to easements in favor of the proposed water main and I believe an Enbridge gas line. But I think, constructing a road across the middle of a golf course was not amenable to the owner. So they have supported the notion of some underground utilities through their lands, but not the construction of a new roadway across the golf course.
Or bridge. Okay, that's it. The February meeting where there was any opposition to this, we were not actually made aware of it. Had we been, we probably would have stated that we were generally overall opposed.
So just let's just pause on that. Would that condominium of property not have been in with the circulation area for the notice?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, all property owners located within 120 meters of the subject lands would have received a written notice in the mail. Unfortunately, with respect to condominium corporations, they are often mailed to the property manager at the time, and it is up to the property manager to whatever mailing address we have on file for the condominium corporation is where the mail is directed to. And that is why the town also consistently advertises the public meeting in the local newspaper to assist with just having that extra precaution should a condominium corporation or another property owner be missed. I would note that Simcoe Condominium Corporation number 57, which Ms. Monto represents, has provided extensive written correspondence over the years that has all been appended to this staff report, and council has been made aware of it prior to rendering any decision this evening or at council meetings. So appreciating you were not able to or were not informed to participate at the public meeting itself, there has been sufficient opportunity for the condominium corporation to provide comments for both staff and council's consideration in advance of this evening.
And I would like to add that you did incorporate some of that in your report, and we do thank you for that. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for coming, and we'll hear from the applicant now about the issue of Trafalgar Road. Go ahead. Oh, yes, I do. Well, no, let's do one at a time. Okay, let's deal with this issue first. Go ahead, Colin. Yeah.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, and good evening to you, members of the new council. It's great to see some new faces around this table. Again, we appreciate the opportunity to address the committee. And at the outset, we've taken a long, close look at the planning staff's report, as we always do. And the analysis in terms of the planning policy and the directions we agree with, as well as the recommendations. We hope that eventually they can make their way to council for support. I think to address the 4 or 5 comments that we were just talking about, I think as Lindsay had mentioned, as a condition of the site plan agreement, this council, the previous council, were adamant that the construction management plans be appended to those site plan agreements. And those construction management plans, they speak to the ingress and egress of construction traffic, the hours of operation, and how to mitigate some of the nuisance factors that are associated with construction, such as dust and dust control. And these have they've found their way into the municipal agreements, Madam Chair, as you know, and they've been a very helpful instrument for both the public, the town, and the developers. And in this case, with the site plan agreement, this is going to be no exception. A construction management plan will be required. The plan will include a route, a construction access route, and that route, just generally speaking, will be on the west side of the existing hotel. So the furthest point away from Whisper Woods, for example, and between the hotel lands and the golf course lands, and that would be the construction traffic route. With regards to the site plan, again, as the staff report mentions, we've been in process since 2018.
Oh, Mr. Travis, if I could just say, there was one particular issue, and then we're going to have lots of questions for you, so don't worry. But on her particular question, it was Trafalgar Road is a private road that's due to be repaved in 2026. And they're concerned that the new residents will use the road, and will they be contributing to the cost of its upgrades, or can they put bollards up to prevent people from accessing it?
Mm-hmm. Would I address, Madam Mayor, would be the first question that was raised, and the third question was the Trafalgar Road.
Yes.
And I know the traffic analysis had accounted for traffic impact and had noted that the vast majority of traffic would be using Vacation Inn Drive, which runs parallel with Trafalgar Road. But related to that is an ongoing shared facilities agreement that's in process right now between the developer and the Georgian Bay Hotel. And that shared facilities agreement is to address matters of costs should infrastructure require repairing. A shared facilities agreement to distribute the costs and the responsibilities for those improvements, including the roads. With regards to Trafalgar Road and the specific question of how do we make sure that little or no traffic hits Trafalgar Road, again, it's a question that it's the kind of detail that we would address at site plan, because if we're introducing bollards, there's a requirement for the construction of those bollards in accordance with engineering standards and also with the agreement with the town fire department, but it is a potential option. Certainly what will help, again, would be quite clear signage to indicate the means of ingress and egress from the southerly property land. So those are two sort of ideas that are there and options that can be considered as we go through site plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm wondering if you were to take your seat, and we'll have you come back, because I'm sure you'll have other things to say after we hear from our next deputant, and then you can address all the other issues. I hadn't expected you would address all of our previous deputants' concerns.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next up.
Good evening, committee members, town staff. I'm still Colin Inglis. I'm going to add, though, that I am currently chair of the Lighthouse Point Shared Facilities Committee, which by virtue of our policies makes me the official Lighthouse Point spokesperson. One concern with further residential development, particularly at higher densities in the northwest section of the town, is the lack of public park facilities. As best we can divine, it is not easy to wade through the available documentation. This proposal will offer cash in lieu of parkland, as have others in the area. This is perhaps acceptable if it actually results in a park. We are well aware that the children's play structure and beaches on our property are powerful attractants to the general public, particularly in the absence of an alternative. Every development in the area which increases population but does not result in comprehensive public park facilities unfairly puts pressure on Lighthouse Point in maintaining the private status of our property. It is interesting to note in the staff report the recognition of the health and safety benefits found in having town ownership and control of the water main servicing the proposed new construction. What is missing in this analysis is the inherent unfairness of burdening condominium developments with infrastructure maintenance costs while levying municipal taxes at the same rate as properties not so burdened. For example, a home on Maple will be taxed at exactly the same rate per unit of assessed value as I will be on Mariner's Way. Should a water main burst, a sewer clog, or the road require repair on Maple, the town will correct the issue using tax dollars, which I contribute to. Should the same issues occur on Mariner's Way, I and my fellow owners in Lighthouse Point will pay to correct them through our condominium fees. This inherently unfair situation is being perpetuated with the possible exception of the water main in the new construction being proposed under this application. I urge the town to not only correct this unfairness in plan developments, but also retroactively. Your consideration of these issues.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to this? Yes, please come forward. Can you give your name and address, please? Yeah.
My name is Zoran Pavlovic, and I am the owner at the Trafalgar Road Condo Corporation 57. Part of this road problem for us with the new.
So are you part of the same condominium? Same one.
Yes,
Okay, thank you.
57.
Okay.
So I just want to kind of add to what Helen said. So the new corporation, the new development is actually going far into the land, and it's landlocked. And there's going to be like a problem mostly for the residents that buy those. For us also, because once when they go out, they actually have two equally good roads to get out. And one is the private vacationing road, one is the private Trafalgar Road, which we own. We have to maintain, etc., etc. So the problem I have is that we heard here that Georgian Bay Hotel is going to see how to deal with that with the developers, etc., etc. But nobody actually asks us, Condo 57, what do we think about the proposed solutions? So I think since we are heavily influenced with this new development, that we should also be a part of decision on how the traffic, how the water, how the sewage is gonna be like shared, fences shared, and making sure that we are not gonna have problems with the water supply with another 165 condos. Is there gonna be enough pressure or not? I don't know. Hopefully, yes. We're gonna have sewage overflows? Hopefully, no. But all of these problems are somehow done without our knowledge, even we are kind of like intimately related to the whole. Just a comment.
Okay, well, thank you for sharing that. We'll hear more on this, I'm sure. Anyone else in the audience who would like to speak to this? Is there anyone online, Deputy Clerk?
Thank you, Madam Chair. We have a couple of remote participants that are wishing to speak to this item. The first person that's raised their hand is James Dalziel. And I'll just unmute him.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Adesio.
Yes, hello. Just a couple of questions. One is on. I live at 11 Conservation Way off Silver Glen Boulevard. Yeah, DALZIEL. Yeah, I'm just interested in the definition of legacy. At what point does that definition have impact?
Hey, Manager Ayers, would you like to address that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Dalziel. I wouldn't necessarily reference a direct definition of legacy, but we are simply using that term to acknowledge that this is one of the older Planning Act applications that Planning Services has before them. It's been actively underway for over 4 years, and the subject lands have existed in some way, shape, or form since the late 70s or early 80s, and dating back to the previous official plan and zoning bylaw that were in place back when the original condominium developments in the hotel came online. The subject lands associated with the proposed residential development known as Wildwood Creek were actually designated and zoned residential. They were then amended through updates to our official plan early in the 2000s, and our zoning bylaw amendment, or comprehensive zoning bylaw in 2010 to be redesignated and rezoned to resort commercial at the request of the owner of the property at the time. And now we're looking to revert back to that. So it was more just to acknowledge the history on the subject lands and to recognize that these are one of the older Planning Act applications that we have before the municipality today.
So related, if I may speak, related to that, if this had been proposed last year, would it face any new obstacles?
So I think your question, well, I think the question is self-explanatory. Go ahead, Manager.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Dalzell. No, if the applications had come forward last year or even yesterday, we have not had any updates to our town official plan or zoning bylaw that would have any changes on how the applications have been reviewed and analyzed over the last several years.
Well, thank you. Now, just two more comments, if I may. I've already written about the traffic problems on those roads. Yeah, it is going to be an issue for Trafalgar and the other road, Vacation Inn Road. Now, I just want to make one comment. Maybe the county councillors could think about this. Simcoe County Council is not going to pick up waste from this development. And I'm just wondering why the county has an aversion to picking up waste from these condominium developments.
Well, is this something staff can answer? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can certainly try. Having worked with the County of Simcoe on several development applications over the last few years, they have very specific requirements in terms of truck circulation, maneuvering, and a number, especially some of these older condominium developments. And again, I appreciate the Wildwood Creek development would be new, but it would be accessing private condominium roads that have been in place for several decades, and it is my understanding that they would not meet the county's current requirements to support their waste collection services. And I would note that it is quite common and very typical for the county to not collect waste from private condominium developments. It is typically at the request or at the requirement of the condominium corporations to arrange those services. Certainly in the last several years, based on public feedback and concerns such as Mr. Dalzell's raised tonight, we certainly have been incorporating additional provisions into our site plan control agreements and incorporating notes onto the site plan drawings that are being presented to committee and council for consideration that are very clearly noting that private waste collection services will be required, and they will be required at the expense of the future condominium corporation.
Thank you. I'll just note that the private collection services seem to have no trouble picking up garbage. You know, they have no trouble. Why does the county have so much trouble?
This is a good question, and I'm not sure that we have the information to answer that here.
Okay, thanks for your time.
Would there be anyone else online who'd like to have a say?
Thank you, Your Worship. We have another person with their hand up, and if I can ask them to please identify themselves once they're unmuted. They're listed as S and J Pryor.
Sorry, could you unmute yourself, please? We can't hear you.
Thank you very much. Good evening. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Jeremy Pryor, and I am the president/treasurer of the Simcoe Condo Corporation number 127, We are located on the loop of Trafalgar Road, facing south toward the wetlands. We also have a direct view of the subject property development. So Helen and others have brought up a number of issues, and I just want to kind of add to that. First of all, our condo corporation is self-managed, so we did not receive any information about proposed developments in the past. I'm hoping in the future that we will be receiving that information. Again, we don't have a management company to deal with that, so that's something you may want to consider in the future. We are concerned about the roadways also. I think it's great that the construction road is not going to affect us, but once the development is completed, we are concerned that our roadway is going to be used. Again, we are responsible for the lighting, the snow clearing, garbage, and the maintenance of the road, particularly the road bed. And our section of the road in particular is abuts the wetland, and it is a very, very delicate road bed. Any increase in traffic is going to affect that. And that's not resurfacing, that's actually creating a new bed to accommodate that kind of traffic in the future. But the other concern I have is, you know, you have a number of units back there. Look, the bottom line is that we're, you know, personally, I'm not anti-development. It's just, it has to make sense. You know, the other wildwood developments are all off of public roads to private roadways, and they own it. This development, as others have pointed out, crosses other condo corporations' properties, and there is a right of way. We understand that, but it does affect all of us. And you know, you were speaking earlier about active transportation. Well, here we have a development at the very southern part of this area, and it's not just vehicles that we're going to be concerned about. We're going to be concerned about children on bikes, people with mobility devices. There are no sidewalks around here. It's a very narrow roadway. So, you know, you increase the density, and then, you know, the people that are using it, vehicles, trucks, humans, you know, it puts people in a difficult position. In my view, it could potentially be dangerous. We are also very concerned about the development in so far as this the whole concept of Wildwood Creek. Now, I know that you're going to be discussing at a later date the planning and how that works, but we're concerned that water flow from the Atoka area across the Cranberry golf course on that would be the west side, is going to flow across a artificial creek across the subject land directly into the wetlands. And the issue is that the existing water flow, as far as I know, I'm not a hydrologist, but it currently percolates on the west side of that property. Now, if you're bringing that water flow all the way across from that wetland, I'm concerned about our roadbed, about our crawl spaces. These are, you know, storm management areas as well, too. So we're concerned about that. There's a pond on the east side of Trafalgar, the southeast corner, and a lot of the culverts in that area drain into that pond. So you've got that water there too. I question, you know, the big concern right now in Ontario, of course, in our municipality, is about creating housing and some affordable housing. I question whether this is mainly for residential use versus vacation use. So, you know, when we first moved in 2015, we saw a document where more of the same was going to be done in that area. So more medium density townhouse condominiums, much like is currently there in that area. And we thought we were kind of delighted that would have reduced the number of people back there. And of course, they wouldn't have been high rises. They're not high rises, but medium rise buildings. I am a little confused about the trade-off, the environmental trade-off, and I'm wondering if anyone can address that. Does that trade-off between the commercial and the environmental? I'm not quite clear where that parcel is that's going to be traded off, and maybe someone could address that. And finally, in terms of the roadway, the Trafalgar roadway, and the whole notion that it's going to get used post development after the completion, Helen has brought it up, barriers, bollards, and all of that kind of stuff. I understand that there's EMS and fire issues there. But, again, if there was ever a way of creating a cul-de-sac there or a dead end accounting for fire services or truck roundabout or anything like that, that may solve the problem. But again, I'm just throwing that out there. So I really, the only, those are my observations and comments, but I was wondering if some could explain the trade-off. I'm not quite sure about that.
Thank you. Manager Ayers, is this something for you?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Pryor. I think there may be some confusion in the sense that the original development proposal that came before the town back in 2018 did propose to remove a portion of the environmental protection lands or intrude into the provincially significant wetland. And certainly there were concerns raised by Blue Mountain Watershed Trust, the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, and town staff. And through very extensive consultation over approximately 2, maybe 3 years, I am pleased to inform Mr. Pryor that the proposal has been substantially revised, and there is no trade-off or no intrusion into the provincially significant wetland. The provincially significant wetland boundaries have been delineated and will remain as is. And the proposal actually, right now, the site, as I'm sure you're familiar, has quite a bit of unidentified fill in it. There are non-native species that have invaded into that area. And with the proposed Wildwood Creek development, the applicant has agreed through its restoration plans to remove that unidentified fill, fully restore and revegetate the buffer, an average of a 30-meter buffer with native Ontario plant species, and also fence the buffer area so that residents and anyone in that area can't further intrude into the provincially significant wetlands. So again, there was extensive consultation that occurred over a number of years, and the proposal has been revised. So in my opinion, there is no trade-off, and if anything, the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation has confirmed that it is actually a net benefit to the wetland feature given its present state.
Okay, thank you for that. All right. Is there anyone else who would like to address the committee tonight?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll call for the last time. If there's any remote participants wishing to speak to this item, if you could please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And we have one other participant, David Hirsch.
Okay, Mr. Hirsch, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. Your Honor, the Mayor and honorable members of council, I'm David Hirsch. Excuse me. I'm the president of Brandy Lane Homes and the proponent of the Wildwood Creek development. I've built the other Wildwoods as well. I want to say that we have every intention of building a development that is in keeping with the visions of the town and of the province and of the region. I also want to emphasize that we are pretty good corporate citizens overall. We have made every effort in each of the other projects to comply with wishes that were extraneous to site plans or to zoning or official plans. We're not a closed door, and my phone is always on if anybody wants to speak with me about it. I wanted to talk a little bit about some of the comments that have been coming forward. It is indeed true that the site plan agreement is going to have a fourth submission. I understand that it's going to be brought to the town, submitted to the town next week sometime. I'll leave that to my consulting team to figure that out. I'd like to emphasize that despite the proposed zoning of a high-rise condition that would allow 120 units per hectare, we are only doing 75 units per hectare. With respect to the construction access road, there will be an easement involved or a temporary easement involved on the hotel properties to contain the machinery and the trucks that need to go in and out of the project. This is especially important at the beginning of any project where we are indeed removing the deleterious fill and repopulating it with fill that is more suitable, and that will eliminate the non-indigenous plantings that you've found there. There's no reason our residents would be using Trafalgar Road. It would mean that they're taking a circuitous route to get out of the property by not going the most direct route, which of course would be Vacation Inn Drive. If the Trafalgar Road condominium, the residents want us to put in some bollards, I have no issue with that. I'm not sure how that would work, and I would ask them to assist in arranging for that with the town and with the various emergency services that may need to traverse that road. As to the strain on services that was mentioned earlier, we've done extensive studies about the services that are available. We have spent millions of dollars on reports and studies. We have had a camera go through the sewer pipes. Everything seems to be in order at the moment. Yes, indeed, it's a landlocked project. I believe that becomes a net benefit to the municipality in terms of the tax base in perpetuity. There was no environmental trade-off, as was mentioned by Manager Ayers earlier. We are fully compliant with the setbacks that are required to the environmental protection lands. The lands actually impact our lands very minimally, but there is a significant setback that has been designed in conformity with the requirements of the NVCA and of the town. We would like to build this development. We've been long waiting for it. We are open to whatever discussions at the site plan phase, which is now. Please do contact me or contact Colin or contact Rebecca at Crozier's office or Mike Hensel at Crozier's office. We're delighted to sit down or have a quick conversation and ameliorate any concerns that I'd like to mention that the Georgian Manor Hotel and ourselves are in the development of a cost-sharing agreement with respect to the lands that we'll be requiring for access and egress to our project. Not sure entirely how that would be affecting sewer issues on the Trafalgar property. Again, we're pleased to sit down and discuss that, but we are using services that are coming from Highway 26 through Vacation Inn Drive, and that through an easement that we've arranged through the golf course for underground services. I'd also like to mention finally that I believe we're bringing a good development that is an affordable home ownership development, as opposed to a rental, of course, to the town, and it will be a benefit overall to the town. At the moment, the lands are zoned for resort commercial. And in theory, the Georgian Manor Hotel ownership group would be able to expand their hotel premises by almost 200 units. Now, that of course would be subject to site plan control as well, but that doesn't require zoning commercial plan. The interesting part of that is that there will be a significantly higher level of traffic should the land be developed as hotel lands that is quite transient. And I wouldn't be able to make any representations with respect to Trafalgar Road or people using it at that point. Our homeowners, approximately half of them will be living there. Half of them do consider it to be their summer or winter escape. The documents incorporating the condominium corporation, the ultimate condominium corporation, do not allow for short-term rentals. They have to be a minimum of 1 month, 6 months better. I don't see traffic being an issue as such and in comparison to what is already allowed. Thank you. I'm open for questions too, if you like. No, sir.
Thank you. Just one thing I wanted to follow up on was you mentioned this would be affordable housing, and I don't know if you are aware that that certainly has a specific meaning to those sitting around this table, and whether you meant to say there would be some units that would be affordable, or if that was just a figure of speech.
No, I didn't need it to be a figure of speech at all. If you compare the price that you have to pay in Collingwood for a condominium townhouse or a detached product or a semi-detached product, or even our product right across the street at Wildwood Cove, these will be priced less than those, making it giving us a wider audience for our marketing purposes and giving the residents of the town a better opportunity to own the place that they call home.
I hear you, but I don't hear you saying you're willing to give the housing at a certain price that would be considered affordable for our community.
No, you know what? I probably would be if somebody would tell me what the criteria was. Since the introduction of Bill 123, we've been struggling with what that criteria is. Apparently, in that
Sir, we will get back to you.
Pardon me? Sorry?
A good answer. We'll get back to you.
Okay, very good. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else who would like to comment tonight from the public?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. We'll call one last time. If there's anyone participating remotely that would like to participate, please press the raise your hand feature at the bottom of your screen. And there's no other interest at this time.
Okay, thank you. So at this point, I am going to read in the resolution, and we'll get it on the table for council discussion. I can find it. So this is item 6.2. That staff report P 2023-02, proposed concurrent official plan and zoning bylaw amendments, Georgian Bay Hotel lands, dated January 16, 2023, be received, and that official plan amendment number 46, attached as Appendix A, be adopted and submitted to the County of Simcoe for approval, and further that an amending zoning bylaw, attached as Appendix B, be enacted and passed. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Houston and Councillor Doherty, thank you. And we'll open it for discussion and questions. Councillor Baines, go ahead.
I just have one question for Planner Ayers, and I think I know the answer to it anyway. And then it's based on her presentation of existing zoning, and it is the easterly boundary of the condominium lands. You can see it. I'm assuming that the boundary does include these bump outs of the environmental protection zone and are not, that the boundary is not just straight down on the eastern boundary, as was shown in the pink hash marked slide that Robin put up. Thank you. Through you,
Yes,
Madam
please go
Chair.
ahead, Manager Ayers. Yeah.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Baines. Very good catch. You are correct. The current official plan mapping has a straight line down the property line that identifies the resort commercial as the entire southernmost parcel, and then the environmental protection lands are to the east, whereas the zoning does have more of a variable line through it that recognizes some of the provincially significant wetlands. So through these applications and as a result of detailed studies and updated mapping that has been submitted and reviewed by the town and the Conservation Authority, both the official plan amendment proposes to add additional environmental protection lands to reflect that boundary. And then the zoning bylaw amendment that's proposed has some, I would say it's not a wash, but I would say there's a little bit more to increase the environmental protection lands, but also there's a little bit giving back to the resort, to the proposed residential fourth density exception zone. So there's a bit of boundary adjustment on the zoning bylaw amendment, but certainly on the official plan designation mapping, we are increasing the environmental protection boundary.
Thank you. Delighted to hear that. No further questions.
Thank you. Councillor Doherty.
Thank you, Chair. Just to have a couple of questions. Generally, this would be, I think, quite an improvement to the proposal that we saw. Well, I guess it was now going back about 4 years, certainly in terms of the protections that are on offer with regard to the provincially significant wetlands. I did have a question with regard to the buffers for the PSW. The staff report alludes to an average of 30 meters. Can you tell me what is the sort of the minimum and the maximum of the boundary between the provincially significant wetlands and the actual development?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor Doherty. In speaking with the Nottawasaga Valley Conservation Authority, and I apologize, I don't have the exact mapping readily available in front of me, but I understand that the buffers range in some areas as far as 40 meters, whereas in others it's approximately 20. So the it averages out around approximately 30 meters. And we do have policies in our official plan that do speak to buffering, and that a 30-meter buffer is encouraged. And certainly that was, and again, those the encouragement of a 30-meter buffer is based on, detailed environmental impact studies being submitted and supportable. And certainly through that extensive consultation exercise with the Conservation Authority, we are comfortable with the proposed buffering adjacent to the wetland.
Great, thank you. In the staff report, you also reference around the existing stormwater management pond that there would be a conversion from environmental protection to resort commercial, and I'm just wondering what applications would be envisioned for that space under resort commercial.
Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Doherty. So a portion of that stormwater management block is proposed to be redesignated and rezoned. I did note that a 10-meter buffer around the perimeter is going to remain environmental protection to further buffer any future development or uses on the subject lands from the provincially significant wetland. We do not have any current Planning Act applications pertaining to site plan or any specifics of that nature. But I would note that the proposed zoning bylaw amendment is very clear that the only permitted uses on the property would pertain to accessory uses to the existing hotel located at 10 Vacation Inn Drive. So I did note, and you will see in the aerial image on your screen, that there are currently 2 maintenance buildings located where the proposed Wildwood Creek residential development is to go. So there may be in the future, there may be a need for the hotel to consider incorporating some maintenance uses onto that site. But again, the property is designated and zoned resort commercial. It is subject to our site plan control bylaw, and they would be required to go through the site plan review process should they ever wish to establish an accessory use or building on the property.
Great, thank you. Chair, I'll just
go ahead.
carry on if I may. You also, there's reference to a radio communications tower being on the property. How far will that tower be situated from the residential buildings?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the councillor. It'll take me a moment to load the site plan on my computer, but I can confirm that radio communications towers and associated setbacks are federally regulated. And Rogers, who is the owner of this particular telecommunications tower, has reviewed the applications and has no concerns with the proposed buildings and their associated setbacks from their tower.
Thank you. And then generally, I do hear loud and clear, I'm sure, as you and the members of council have heard of the residents' concerns about the shared roadways, et cetera. And I'm confident that we will be able to, that there will be able to be some sort of amenable agreement arrived at between the existing condo corps and the ones to come. But I also, once again, we hear concern expressed by folks who are residents of condominium developments, and actually also from staff, that first of all, that the infrastructure is ultimately the responsibility of the condominium corporation as opposed to the municipality, and also that in doing so, it also takes a locus of control to some degree away from the municipality in terms of operations and comfort level with the efficiency of those operations and sorry, I've lost my train of thought here. I guess where I'm going with that is to say that when it is not under the control of the municipality, when it's not built to public municipal standards, that it can be cause for concern, as you have expressed in your preamble. It also, on an ongoing basis, the question of who is responsible and the costs that condominium owners have to incur for maintenance of these private facilities. Is there any wisdom, or has there ever been consideration, or would there be consideration to the notion of limiting the development of future condominium developments, or is that something that's based on market demand and not something that would be under the control of the municipality or desirable to the development community? I guess I'll pose that question through you again to
Manager Ayers.
Or Director Valentine, thank you.
Okay, you guys decide.
Sorry for that very circuitous question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you to Councillor Doherty. I'll take this one because it's a future forward question in terms of the draft official plan. So as noted, staff are cognizant of some of the concerns that have been raised about private condominium roads, especially condominium roads, off condominium roads, or multiple condominium corporations sharing the same private road. So in the draft official plan before you, there have been additional policies to clarify the town's position on how this does represent good planning and under what circumstances that type of access would be preferred. So certainly more to come on that, and there'll be an opportunity through the second draft as well for this council to discuss and debate further, as well as additional comments from the public. That being said, and as a reminder that this particular application is under the existing official plan, which does at this time permit this type of access and servicing to the development as proposed.
Okay, thank you. And just one final question. The apartment, or at least the mid-rise portion of the development, are those anticipated to be for sale, or are they rentals, or is there a combination of the two? I guess that question actually may have to go to the proponent.
Yeah, yeah, Mr. Travis, would you like to come forward and address that question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if there are any other questions, you know, I'm here to assist in answering. Project will be marketed as a condominium, so they will be for sale. I think we made note that to be a restriction on short-term accommodations. So the idea is to have residential uses, and as I said, the units will be for sale.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and those are my questions.
Those are your questions? Okay. Anyone else have questions? Okay, bad news for you. I have 1 million. Okay, not 1 million. Okay. Who's going to own the environmental protection lands and manage those lands? Manager Ayers, do you know that?
Through you, Madam Chair, the environmental protection lands would remain on the property boundary, and they would be, as I mentioned before, so they would remain under the ownership of the applicant. They would be planting it, fencing it, and the fencing would be intended to restrict any residents of the condominium corporation or that development, or anyone else for that matter, from accessing the buffer or the provincially significant wetland to the east.
So can you just clarify for me, by the applicant, do you mean the owner of the Georgian Bay Hotel, or do you mean the condominium corporation?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, at present, the owner is the owner of Georgian Bay Hotel, but should the Wildwood Creek development be approved, I understand the ownership would transfer to the condominium corporation through the applicable condominium process.
So how do we see that? Is that a site plan issue? Where do we see that coming into something we can understand?
Sorry, what were you looking to address, like from the site plan perspective?
So the ownership of the environmental protection lands, in what way are they transferred? Is that something under the site plan control agreement, or is that just a private arrangement that may happen in the future, or how does this happen?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think I understand the question now. So the property boundary exists today, and the parcel exists today. So the actual land use designation in the zoning is proposed to be modified along the property, but the actual property boundary is not changing. So should Georgian Bay Hotel sell the lands to the proposed developer, Brandy Lane Homes, the entire parcel would shift to the ownership of the developer and or the future condominium corporation. So there's
I
no,
see.
currently
I
the
see.
lands that are proposed to be designated environmental protection and zone environmental protection are currently on this property, and the proposal is for them to remain.
I see. And it'll be the condominium application that will trigger everything. Probably all these changes. Okay, I get it. Is there a public park proposed on this development? Go ahead,
Sorry,
sure.
Madam Chair. No, there's not a public park proposed on the development.
And what are the amenities for recreation that are proposed? I can see on the draft site plan, there's 6 buildings here, and I'm guessing there's going to be close to 300 people expected to be in this complex. Is that, am I guessing right?
Madam Mayor, if in looking at the plan, I think you're looking at, which I don't see it, but more or less in the middle of the site plan, you'll see a recreational block, and that will have an open space component plus a swimming pool feature. And the size and programming of that would be very similar to the existing Wildwood projects, and that is centrally located.
And you know, I think one of my frustrations, if I can share it, is that the site plan's not before us. And it's really hard to understand this development without a site plan. So I do see there's one attached to the staff report. And just on this amenity area, and I do see where you're pointing to. Can that be put up here so we can, everyone can see the site plan? Sure, go ahead. While you're looking, I have a question. I'm going to ask Director Valentine about this one. The site plan that we have before us just shows the land where the 6 condominium buildings are proposed. Why doesn't it include the whole of the property, including the where you know, the road connections up to the highway?
I think managers is more.
She's
better
more
positioned to
with
answer
that. Okay, I
question,
just thought we
but
could use dead time.
The site plan, my understanding, applies only to the southerly portion of the property, and the road is under the ownership of the hotel. So that is a separate property owner.
Okay.
My apologies, Madam Chair. If you could repeat the question, I was busy getting the slate plan drawing
No,
open,
that-
and I heard you were asking Director Valentine, so I kind of.
Oh, that's okay. I was just wondering why a site plan for a development of this size wouldn't include the access routes. And Director Valentine said it's because it's not owned by, no, well, it's owned by the same owner. Okay, go ahead. You can answer it.
I think Director Valentine did answer it. So the proposed residential development is on a standalone parcel, which is the parcel that would be subject to a site plan control agreement. The access routes are on separate parcels of land that are owned by the hotel. So currently they are all owned by the same owner, being the hotel, but there are different parcels of land. So certainly the proposed site plan does contemplate some off-site improvements. I mentioned an easement across the golf course lands to facilitate a new water main and an Enbridge gas pipeline, and also a second emergency vehicle access that would be over the hotel land. So certainly those will all be contemplated through the site plan, but the actual site plan control agreement would apply specifically to the southernmost parcel.
So this is a really technical legal question, and I don't know the answer, but I have to pose it. Like, it doesn't, I just have to say, we have one owner of all of this, all of the lands, and we're not showing the access route, which is the private driveway for this development as part of a site plan for which we would have any kind of control. And I guess if in the fullness of time, this particular parcel isn't conveyed to Brandy Lane and it remains in the ownership of the hotel, or Brandy Lane buys the hotel and owns all of it, I'm just failing to see, and I think I would like a legal answer on this if I could, please. Okay, so my question on the site plan that's up there is this. To the left of the swimming pool, if looking at it, what is that round area that sort of with a
Madam
little
Chair,
bit in the middle of it?
that round area is a seating area.
I see. And is there a play area here, like a tot lot? Or I've noticed in the other development that Brandy Lane has across the road that there seems to be a fair number of children in there. And I'm just wondering what the recreational amenities are that would serve kids.
In the site plan you have before you, Madam Chair, there is not a tot lot. We're looking at the potential for a small children's play area.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are there any trail connections from this development, to the trail system? Yes, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
So, Madam Chair, we have made allowances. When you look at the site plan on the far left-hand side, you'll see two arrows. And the purpose of those arrows is to show the potential connection with a planned trail expansion program for the Cranberry Marsh to the east. And so we have made allowances on the site plan for that trail connection to be made when we know where to make those connections.
Okay, and so on this site plan, is there land there that's a trail that I can't identify, or?
Yeah, it's the arrows are intended to show the potential linkage, and we were going to again address those details at site plan, and when we know where the linking to with the Cranberry Marsh trail system that's still under development, so to speak.
So there would be and I guess in your next submission that you're speaking to, you're going to be showing a trail, like an area for the trail, if you know what I mean?
We'd be making allowances on the plan for the trail, but when we
Right.
know where it's connecting to, then then a detail can be worked out.
Okay. I can see that Councillor Perry wants to weigh in here. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. I can speak to that trail that goes through the marsh. It's actually the boardwalk
Mhm.
that is not completed. I think that's what you're referring to. Yeah, it's not completed yet, but it is partially way through the marsh. The other question I do have is looking at the site plan to the right of the swimming pool. So I guess this is the right-hand side of the layout here is the north part of the property, I believe. I think that's right, isn't it?
Correct.
Okay,
That would
so
be the west. The north, like to the north is the west. Sorry.
anyway, I see there's almost looks like a road to the right of the swimming pool, basically. I see it looks like there could be is that a road allowance? Or is it a path? Because it looks like it could potentially go right into the wetland area.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through to Councillor Perry. That is a drainage feature. Right now,
Oh,
there
okay.
is I believe, a small ditch,
Mhm.
and it is connecting some water from the golf course, and it goes south into the Cranberry Marsh. It's I think it's about 6 meters wide, and it's going to be an engineered conveyance system.
Okay.
That the size and the details on that were more or less a result of the NVCA input into the initial site plan.
Right. Okay, thank you.
Do you have any other questions, Councillor Perry?
No, that's it. Thank you.
So I understand that staff is not concerned with the connections over what will be a private road with agreements. But I do have a few questions about the roadway. And I'm wondering if it will comply with what we would otherwise require for a condominium development of this scale. And I'm talking about the width of it, whether we should be requiring sidewalks or some kind of multi-use trail. Because if there's a few hundred residents down here, they're not going to be, presumably they're going to be heading out of their development because they're at a bit of a dead end here. So I'm, wondering how we're assessing the access for this property. And who will, is that a question for Anishinaabek Mayor? Or,
Sorry, Madam Mayor. We do have Rebecca Alexander with us from Croziers, and Rebecca is, again, our engineer of record on the file.
Okay.
Rebecca, answer that if that's okay with you.
Yes, perfect. Go ahead, Ms. Alexander. Yeah.
Good evening. Thank you. So with regards to the condominium road, so there are two aspects. There's the existing roads that are in place within the private condominium and hotel lands. So those are, I believe, generally 6 meters in width. So it has been shown that emergency vehicles can maneuver through those lands. The development on the site plan application, which is going through full technical review, has been designed with a larger road width and parking on the side, which is consistent with town standards for private development. And the site plan application does also allow for walkways on either side of the road on that site plan application.
And why isn't the owner improving the rest of the roadway into this site?
There is not the land available to do that because it is an existing roadway that is owned by other applicants. So although we have looked at the servicing component and the condition for those roadways, there are existing buildings and constraints associated with that.
But isn't the roadway owned by the same owner of these lands?
There are a number of owners because it is a number of different condominium corporations. So although Vacation Inn Drive is primarily owned by the hotel, who is still the owner of this, if you look at the aerial imagery, there are a number of condominiums that front onto Vacation Inn Drive that have driveways and services off of that road. So there is the ability to widen that road.
And has town staff reviewed that and made that determination as well? Yes, go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So staff have reviewed, from engineering, staff from engineering have reviewed the site plan submissions as they have been submitted to date, and will continue to do so until that site plan application is complete.
Okay, I hear you. And in terms of and since you're from Croziers, can you speak to the sewers as well?
Yeah, I can speak to that. So through you, we have done a conditions assessment. So as part of the zoning bylaw and official plan amendment, it spoke to the potential development of the south parcel. And as that part of that, we did look at the capacity assessment for the sanitary sewer, which is the primary component that will be connecting through the existing infrastructure. We did do that capacity assessment to say that there is capacity for these additional lots. It was designed to account for that. And then for the condition, we did do a camera of that to confirm what the existing condition of that sewer is. For the roadways, there was
Wait, just stop. What's the condition of the sewer?
So it was deemed sufficient to proceed. It looks like a regular sewer that has been in service for as long as it has. So it essentially created, by cameraing it, it creates a benchmark that would then be used in any future shared facilities agreement between all of the condominium corporations that contribute to that, if those condominium corporations wish to participate in that agreement. And that would share responsibilities and financial contributions for that as well.
Okay, thank you.
And then with regards to the other services, the water main, although an assessment was done of the existing water main, as noted within the planning presentation, we will be connecting down to Cranberry Trail because that is one opportunity that we have to maintain or to install publicly maintained water mains. So the intent is that the water main will go in under current Town of Collingwood standards and will eventually be owned and operated by the Town of Collingwood. And as part of that development, there will be a secondary connection provided to the existing condominium corporations as a redundant connection to that development.
But you'll be drawing water from the south?
Yeah, we'll be drawing water from Cranberry Trail.
Okay, thank you for that. Having heard on more than one occasion from residents in the shipyards, because it was developed with many different condominium corporations, the owners all became saddled with a number of easement agreements and various cost-sharing agreements and all kinds of things that don't make sense and don't look after their interests, and they're all pulling their hair out there. Just, if I could summarize, they're pulling their hair out. Okay, so where I'm going here is I would like to have some comfort for these units and the future owners that what's being provided here makes sense. Can you make those agreements available to us?
It will maybe defer to town staff about what the requirement will be under approvals. We have in other agencies, sometimes they will ask for a copy of that, but ultimately this will be a private agreement between the condominium corporations. And I'll maybe defer to Director Valentine if she has seen this in other applications.
But I'll just clarify, I see this as ultimately agreement between 165 owners of units who will be working with and wanting to make sure there is sufficient cost sharing. And I feel if we're going to approve this without a public road and without public services, we at least have a modicum of responsibility to make sure that this is going to work. So this is the context in which I'm asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, please go ahead.
To respond to that question, we can certainly ask for the shared facilities agreements between the parties to be shared with us if it's amenable by those involved. Just for clarity, though, under the Planning Act, because these are private roads and private facilities agreements, the municipality doesn't have any direct control over the content, but we can certainly work with the developer if they're amenable to ensuring that some of the concerns that we've heard tonight are addressed through those agreements.
Okay, that would be great. And then, just to shut this down because I know everyone's tired of listening to my voice, on the affordable housing issue, I heard the Brandy Lanes owners suggest that would be something that could be spoken about and to see if we could build some affordable units into this development. Would staff be able to engage in that as part of the zoning? Or how would that work technically? Yes, go ahead.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So addressing affordable housing through zoning is challenging without the inclusionary zoning tool being available to the Town of Collingwood under the Planning Act. But we did hear your questions from earlier, and the applicant's desire to understand what the town's definition is of affordable housing and how that relates to the new provincial definition in Bill 26. So we're happy to provide that information through to the applicant and have further discussions if they intend to meet one or both of those criteria.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. So I'd like to make a motion on this. So I'd like to turn the chair over, and I better look and see what motion's been read in. So I'll just explain where I'm coming from first, and then we can worry about the words.
Sorry, Madam Chair. I don't know that we have a mover and seconder for the original motion.
Okay, so this is good.
I'll move the first, the motion.
Sorry, I apologize. It's Houston and Doherty.
Yeah, that's right.
Was,
Thank
okay.
you. Okay. I know it has. Okay. I just want to explain the issues that are on my mind. One is that this is, as we've heard, a very complicated and unusual development. And I think it would behoove us to see the full site plan come forward. Let's see where the park is. Let's see where the trail connections are. Let's see how the agreements are going to work for the future residents to make sure that they're going to have a road network that's going to be cost shared appropriately, and that the services are going to be in place. Because these are things we don't usually worry about, right? So I think I would like to firstly see this come back with the site plan, which we've heard the final submission's about to be made, so it will be reviewed and presumably in a timely fashion, because this seems to be moving along. I'm certainly not opposed to the development here and the number of units and so on, at least from my perspective. And I would also like an opportunity for the discussions to be had while we're in this interim period on the whether we could get some affordable housing units included in this development. So that would be my reasoning. What do we do with the words here? So I'd be proposing an amendment to the resolution. So firstly, the first part I would leave the same, that this report be received, and then that the official plan amendment number 46 and the amending zoning bylaw that are attached as Appendix A and B be returned to this committee together with the draft site plan agreement and the cost sharing agreements and any information relating to discussions on affordable housing at the earliest date that works for staff and the applicant.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I could
Yeah.
suggest maybe referring it back to staff to come forward with those two components.
Sure. If that, so what would I be referring back to staff? This whole staff report? Yeah, well,
Madam Chair, I'm just having a hard time with this because you're not wanting to vote on the official plan amendment this evening, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, so you would be referring the official plan amendment number 46 back to staff for further review based on your comments and to come forward at time of site plan application.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think it would be, in addition to the official plan amendment number 46, it's also the amending zoning bylaw.
Not sure if I have the chair or not.
Yes, you do.
Okay.
Yes, you have the chair. But I might be getting tired, so if I take it back, remind me.
So the first part of the motion is to receive the report. Perhaps it would be best to separate the motions then. So we'll vote on, or I'll put on the table first the first part of the motion. Everybody clear with that and comfortable? And I would, it's being moved by, and as long as the deputy clerk is okay with us using the same mover and seconder.
That would be if they agree to be the move and seconder to the amendments.
So we would entertain any discussion if anyone would like to have it in the first part. And I'll turn to Councillor
Thank
Jeffrey.
you. Just to clarify, we're simply voting on with original Houston and Doherty to receive the report. That's all we're doing right now. So that doesn't involve the amendment. So if the amendment's on the floor, I guess we don't have a seconder for the amendment anyway, correct?
To simplify it, I would vote on receiving the report first, and then we can sever out the other two to be referred back to staff based on them.
Okay, all right, so yeah, so.
So I'll call to vote then on the first part. All those in favor? That's unanimous. And moving into the second part, we do have the amendment proposed by Mayor Hamlin. Do we have a seconder for the amendment? Seconded by Councillor Baines. And that's open for discussion. Councillor Doherty.
So if I, and I may be brain dead, but the amendment is not to approve this OPA or ZBA pending the receipt of a staff report that would make comment on the addition of affordable units,
as well as bringing the site plan agreement and the site plan back to us so we can see how it works. So two things.
So my understanding is that we would be referring the Appendix A work and Appendix B work back to include those areas when it comes forward again. And I'll further.
No, my understanding of the motion is that we are voting basically to decline this OPA.
No, that's not the intent of it. Okay, I think, given the hour, I'm going to have another go at it. The intent is to refer both Appendix A and Appendix B back to staff. That's the draft official plan and the draft zoning bylaw, to come back to council together with the site plan for this property. So we can look at it all together, and also to report on discussions on the possible inclusion of affordable housing units.
Okay, so that being explained, Councillor Jeffrey was first and then Councillor Husta.
So thank you, Deputy Mayor, and through you to Director Valentine or Manager Ayers. My question is, would that work change your recommendation with respect to the OPA or the ZBA? Or is it specific, are those specific to site plan and other negotiations that would come forward at some later point? I'm just wondering if we're using the information to base on whether we would vote for it or not, is that appropriate? And would what we're asking, or what the mayor is asking, would that impact your recommendation with respect to either of those amendments?
Either Director Valentine or managers, go ahead.
Deputy Mayor Fryer, through you to, oh my goodness, it's becoming a very late night, Councillor Jeffrey. I would still stand behind my recommendation this evening that the official plan and zoning bylaw amendments can be considered by committee for approval. Matters pertaining to affordable housing, as Director Valentine indicated, we don't have inclusionary zoning in place to capture affordable housing through the zoning bylaw amendment at this time. And I think that given the ongoing dialogue we have had with the applicants over the years, it's certainly something we can take back and discuss through the site plan control process that is still underway. With respect to the private services and private roads, as both myself and Director Valentine have indicated, there is some level of discomfort, but we also recognize this is an existing situation, and thus far the applicants have been very amenable to working through the matters pertaining to easements and agreements with us. And I would suggest that a number of those are quite technical in nature and would be more appropriately dealt with through the site plan review process, which again, this application was submitted well in advance of July 1st of 2022. So council will be the approval authority on the site plan control application when we advance it to committee and council for consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Jeffrey.
Sorry, Deputy Mayor Fryer, I just allowed Director Valentine to add to that.
Yes, go right ahead.
My apologies, Deputy Mayor, but I do feel compelled to add, because this may sway the decision or at least inform the decision. I want you to go in with your eyes open, that the applicant is currently in an appeal position for the official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment. So we are far past our Planning Act timelines for decisions, so they could trigger an appeal of non-decision. The likelihood of that happening, they seem to be working with us very well, as Manager Ayers indicated. I just do want you to be aware that that is an option for them.
Thank you very much for that extra information. I'll just ask Councillor Jeffrey, is that
That's great.
take care?
Thank you. Yep.
And then I'll turn to Councillor Houston.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Through you, I believe you had one other addition, which was to ensure that there were agreements with the existing condo owners on the maintenance. Is that correct, Mayor Hamlin?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure that was included. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll look to the other members if there's any questions. I'll CEO Skinner, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Back to the agreements, but just with respect to the agreements between condo owners, they are agreements between private parties that are required to be in place prior to allowing the development. Some of the things that the applicant would like, or potentially the future developer would like to go forward. The town may wish to see these agreements. However, they are agreements between third parties that are not the town. So it is a bit of a touchy situation where we're seeing agreements that are between parties that are not the town. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO Skinner. Were you... Okay. I think in all fairness, what we could maybe do is turn to the deputy clerk. Do you have the wording that you could read out the amendment, or would you like to get clarification from Mayor Hamlin in regards to the wording? And we'll vote on the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I can read out what I have and we can see if I'm on the right track. How about that?
Ask a question through
Yes.
to the deputy
Certainly.
clerk. I'm not sure this is an amendment if it's a referral. I would
No,
think
it would be a referral.
we're
You're
voting on a
correct.
referral.
I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So I'll just combine them together for now, and you guys can decide if you want to split it. But that the official plan amendment number 46 attached as Appendix A and the amending zoning bylaw attached as Appendix B be referred back to staff and brought back forward at a time of site plan control agreement and consideration of affordable housing, and appropriate agreements are in place in regard to the condominium ownerships.
Everyone clear on that then? Okay, I'll call the matter to vote then. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3. And all not in favor. So that referral's defeated. So we have the, I believe I can turn the chair back to Mayor Hamlin then.
Okay, thank you. We're back to the original resolution. And we have our original mover and seconder. Do I need to go over that again?
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. So we've received the report, so it's the other two paragraphs that still need approval.
Okay, and we have a mover and a seconder already. So we'll just put that to a vote. All those in favor? And those opposed? That carries. Thank you. Okay. And I think that's all she wrote for tonight. Because we're hitting 10 o'clock and we have to vote soon to extend. So I would say we'll defer the rest of this to our next meeting. Yes, go ahead.
I would like to address something, just going quickly back to the deputation that we received from Mr. Ireland.
Yes.
Hopefully I don't keep us too much longer, but he had two requests, he had two asks, and I just wanted to point out that one of those two, which was to reinstate ACE cabs until Landmark is ready to take over has already been addressed. So I feel like that one's already in place. But I'm wondering about putting forward a motion to, rather than what he's asked, direct staff to engage in discussion with Landmark to see about the opportunity of extending their service to 1 a.m. Versus going back to ACE cabs.
Is that a motion you're putting on the floor? Is there a seconder? Sorry.
We'll need a notice of motion for that. So if
Right.
Councillor Houston wants to bring those forward as notice of motions, we can put them on the next regular agenda, which will be
Okay.
January 23rd.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else staff would like to mention that we should address tonight on the agenda? Yes, go ahead, Director Slama.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are we able to go through the minimum maintenance standard staff report? It has been deferred. It was deferred from the December meeting.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay, so we have that. And is there anything else? And
also on the consent agenda, there is a petition that was submitted, and I'm not sure. Maybe the deputy clerk can confirm if anyone is online and related to that.
Thank you. That's a good idea.
Thank you, Mayor Hamlin. We do have 3 participants still attending it online, but I'm not sure if they're related to that item or not.
Could you please ask if any of them wish to address council on anything that's on the agenda still?
Absolutely. If there's any remote participants that are wishing to address council on any other items not yet discussed on the agenda, if you can please press the raise your hand feature. I'm just going to lower everyone's hands because we still have one up. So yes, if you can please press the raise your hand feature if there's other items on the agenda you're wishing to speak to. And there doesn't appear to be any interest at this time.
Okay, thank you. So on the minimum maintenance standards and levels of service, is this a report you're going to deliver?
Yes, it is, Madam Chair.
And is it short?
Yes.
Yes, okay,
It
go
is.
ahead.
Thank you. So I will mention I do have Manager Cole online, so both of us are here and available to answer any questions that
Okay.
you may have on the staff report. We don't have a presentation for you this evening. The staff report in front of you, in front of committee this evening, is administrative in nature. The municipality's current bylaw and policy related to minimum maintenance standards is dated and does not reflect the up-to-date provincial regulation related to roadway and sidewalk maintenance standards. Even though the town's bylaw does not reflect the current provincial regulations, operational work and level of service has been following the regulation since the changes. This report brings the municipality in line with the regulation and the work that is currently being completed by operational staff. In addition to bringing the bylaw up to date, staff are bringing clarity to the public, council, and staff by separating policy from operational procedure. The level of service policies set service expectations, and department procedure will be developed to provide staff direction on how to complete the work to meet the level of service.
That's your report?
And that's all I was going to say to it. And
Okay.
again, Manager Cole and I are both here if there's any questions on the report.
Okay, that's great. Would anyone have a question? Go ahead, Councillor Jeffrey.
Just really quickly, it seemed to disappear off, but I found what I thought to be a really strange kind of summation on the public works responsibility under the conclusion summary. But it's disappeared off of my copy here, and I don't know why, whether I can't delete off a report, right? But it was the driver's will, but it was Public Works will attempt. And I was wondering why we were kind of appeared to be skating on something as opposed to attempting with the resources and the weather conditions in place, as opposed to drivers will follow the Highway Traffic Act. But somehow that wording seems strange to me. And now it's not even here. So maybe, I know I didn't make it up.
So maybe the first question is, was there a conclusion after?
Here it is.
Oh, you see it?
Yeah,
Okay.
Councillor Houston found it for me. It's on
There you go.
page 4.
Director Slama, do you need further clarification of that, or can you answer it?
Yes, I'm sorry, I do. I've lost. I'm not sure where you are, Councillor Jeffrey.
So I'm on
Thank you.
page 4 under summary conclusion, which was part of the corporate policy. And the wording is Public Works will attempt to provide the best maintenance efforts given the resources available and weather conditions. And it is expected that motorists will use care, best judgment, and safe driving practices as required under the Highway Traffic Act. So I was just wondering why we were attempting to provide as opposed to, Public Works, given resources available and weather conditions, will provide the best maintenance efforts possible or something. I don't know. I just found it was just weird to me when I read it.
If I may, Madam Chair, I'll ask Manager Cole if he can answer this question. I'm struggling to find it. Sorry, even though you've told me page 4 2 times.
Yeah. Manager Cole, can you address this?
Sorry.
Certainly. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Jeffrey. I believe it's just a rewording issue. Public Works always will meet our minimum maintenance standards when we have the resources available to do so, subject to weather conditions.
So a housekeeping wording correction through you, Miriam, would be appreciated.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Nope. Let's see who we have here. Okay, I should have read this in, so we could have moved it and then had the discussion, but there you go. So I'm going to read it in now. The council received staff report PW 2022-19 for information, and that council rescind bylaw 2010-056 in its entirety, and further that council adopt and approve Ontario Regulation 239/02, amended by Regulation 366/18, being the minimum maintenance standards for municipal highways for roads within the town of Collingwood, and further that council approve the attached level of service policies for roadways, winter, sidewalks, and snow removal. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Baines, Councillor Houston. Any further questions? And all those in favor? And that's unanimous. Thank you. The other item that Director Slama mentioned was the petition for laneway paving. This may require some discussion. I think I would like to have this appear on another agenda, please. Is there anything else that we should deal with tonight before we turn into pumpkins in 4 minutes? Go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Sorry, I'm just wondering if Director Slama could quickly take us through the process, how we would deal with such an appeal or such a petition as we have seen here with the Minnesota Laneway. Just want to know what the process would be.
I think the question is, what do you mean by a process?
We have a petition, so this is just this. Is there any
Yes.
Additional work that
Yes, there is.
a staff report and whatnot that would come forward as a result, or we would ask for a staff report?
Who would like to address this? Is this a Director Valentine question?
No, Slama.
No, Madam Chair, I can address
Okay.
the question.
Okay, thank you.
So this petition was received. The lane is an unopened road allowance. So we had internal discussion with clerks and public works and engineering, and we did consult legal. The request is for the lane to be paved, and because of existing drainage issues, our recommendation would not be just to pave the existing lane, but to construct it properly, as a road that would be traveled, not to necessarily, obviously, a local road standard, but ensure that there's proper granulars, and because of the drainage issues, we would also require stormwater facilities be included. The lane is only being traveled by the property owners that would benefit from this improvement. So we would consider this to be a project that would fall under the Local Improvement Act. And our recommendation would be that we could bring a information forward, and I'd look to the deputy clerk. I believe that would be a staff report. We bring a staff report forward that would outline what the project would entail and costs, and move forward in discussions with the property owners. And under the Local Improvements Act, we do require a petition that receives supported by 2/3 of the benefiting owners to proceed with the project.
Yes, go ahead.
In light of time, I suggest we pass a motion to extend the meeting for 15 minutes, just to ensure we're in compliance with the procedural bylaw.
Okay. So moved, and we have a seconder, so Councillor Jeffrey and Councillor Ring.
And my second point, Madam Chair, would be to put the consent agenda item on the floor for consideration.
Yes.
If council is seeking direction on 8.1.
All right. So we'll deal with this motion then to extend the time. We have a mover and a seconder. All in favor is 15 minutes. Thank you. That's passed unanimously. And so what the deputy clerk's suggesting is 8.1, which is the petition for laneway paving, Napier, and this lane runs north and south between Napier and Minnesota Street. So how do I put that on the floor?
Madam Chair, I think we have to put the consent agenda motion on the floor first to receive the consent agenda, and then council there's standing committee can pull item 8.1 for direction.
Okay, so I will read in that council herein receive the general consent agenda, and further that the information and opinions provided in the general consent agenda items are that of the authors and are not verified or approved as being correct. 8.1, petition for laneway paving, Napier and Minnesota Street, and 8.2, Bill 23, More Homes Built Faster Act. Could I have a mover and a seconder, please? Councillor Jeffrey, Councillor Ring. All those in favor? Thank you. And so this is now on the floor, and go ahead, Councillor Doherty.
Yes, I'd like to pull the petition to pave our laneway, item 8.1. Sorry, I don't have the, for discussion.
Okay, would anyone like to pull the other item? Okay, seeing none. Okay, you're pulled.
Thank you. So in light of what the Public Works Director has just indicated, I would like to ask for a staff report on this matter. Would this be, Deputy Clerk, shall I just provide notice of motion and then bring it forward on the 23rd? Okay, then I will do so.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Yes, CAO.
Oh, sorry. This is a notice of motion that'll be considered at a future meeting? Okay. Thank you.
And this has to do with the process under the Local Improvement Act.
Correct.
Okay. Yes, I think that's a standardized process that we may not need to write a report on, but that we'll discuss that at that future date.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. So with all that behind us, are we ready to adjourn? Okay. Deputy Mayor. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye, aye.
Thank you. Okay, thanks everyone. That was a long day. Appreciate your hard work.